and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome everybody here today for our board meeting. This has September the 12th, 2024 regular board meeting. Glad to see everybody here today. Anybody that's in the virtual world today, welcome y'all here also. Our first item today is the invocation, and Pastor Corey Kiss.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
If you so desire, would you please bow your heads for our invocation? Gracious and loving God, you offer to us the incredible gift of salvation, but you also offer to us the simple gifts of good health and friendship, meaningful work, and the resources we need to live each day. Thank you for the blessings in our lives. This week we remember the tragic events of September 11th. We honor the lives lost, the families still grieving, the heroic men and women who courageously stepped into danger to save others. May we continue to carry forward the lessons of unity and courage and compassion that emerged from those difficult days. And as our country navigates the complexities of another election season, we place our trust in your sovereignty, knowing that all things are held in your hands. Guide the hearts and minds of those who make decisions on behalf of the people. May they seek wisdom, justice, peace in all they do. And we give you thanks for our home here in the Northern Neck. We are so blessed by its natural beauty, its close-knit communities, the spirit of hospitality that runs deep in its people. We are grateful for the leaders who serve this region, who are laboring to make it a place of welcome and prosperity for all. And as this board meets today to serve our community, we ask that you, O God, would grant them wisdom, discernment, and understanding as they make decisions for the common good. May their work today bring about outcomes that will benefit all of us who call this place home. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Tomlin, would you mind leading us tonight?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give Mr. Long a minute to get here for the agenda. Glad to see you, Mr. Long. All right, our next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to it?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one item. Under closed meeting, we have on there sections 1, 3, and 8. I need to add section 7 to that.
Any other changes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Move to approve the revision.
All right, got a motion and a second.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against, all right. Next would be the approval of the minutes. And gentlemen, we have July the 11th, 2024. That's our regular board meeting. And then we also have August the 8th. It's another regular board meeting. Like you want them separate since it's two regular board meetings?
I do. Actually, the board has already approved the July 11th set of minutes. What that is a revision to one of the numbers. It was a typo in there, and that is, let me get to that section. In the minutes, it was a motion to approve the change order as presented in the amount of $82,261.78, and it should have been $83,261.78. And that number does reflect what's in board docs. So it's just an amendment to the approved
Let's
minutes.
take care of that one first then. Can I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Now, we have the August 8th, 2024 regular board meeting. Any changes to that, to the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
All right, I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, next would be our presentations. First is a resolution for Northumberland Rescue Squad's 60th anniversary. Mr. Basie?
Whereas Northumberland Rescue Squad Incorporated was established on October 13, 1964, by a dedicated group of caring individuals, and whereas the Northumberland Rescue Squad served the entire county until 1966, when Callio Volunteer Rescue Squad was formed, and then Northumberland and Callio each served half the county until 1987, when Mid-County Volunteer Rescue Squad was formed. And whereas the Northumberland Rescue Squad was originally dispatched by Zeke Hurst from the store he owned on Main Street, Reedville, which is now Reedville Market Restaurant. And whereas Northumberland Rescue Squad is an essential part of Northumberland County's first responders and has run over 229 calls so far this year. And now therefore be it resolved that the Northumberland County Board of Supervisors does hereby express their sincere appreciation to the many volunteers and congratulates Northumberland Rescue Squad Incorporated on its 60th anniversary. And be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the President of Northumberland Rescue Squad and adopted on this day, September 12, 2024.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Members from the Northumberland Rescue Squad?
Come on down.
Hey, Tom, y'all coming out? Saturday. Okay. You got me straight?
All right, next is a resolution for First Responders Day. Mr. Basie?
Whereas first responders often risk their lives and safety in the performance of their duties, and whereas first responders are our first and best defense against all emergencies that threaten our community, and whereas first responders are highly trained, specialized workers who contribute their excellent skills for the public good, and whereas first responders sacrifice much of their time, personal time with family and friends to ensure the safety of their community, and whereas first responders, whether career or volunteer, selflessly provide a vital public service for Northumberland County, and now therefore it be proclaimed that on the 11th day of September, that the Northumberland County Board of Supervisors, as does the state of Virginia, recognizes First Responders Day and hereby thanks Callio Volunteer Rescue Squad, Mid-County Volunteer Rescue Squad, Northumberland Rescue Squad, Callio Volunteer Fire Department, Fairfields Volunteer Fire Department, Smith Point Sea Rescue, Northumberland Sheriff's Office, Northumberland Department of Emergency Services, and other organizations in the public safety sector for their service and sacrifice to our community.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. First responders. We have a whole group of y'all. Let's get you one at a time. Northumberland Rescue Squad is here. Put my glasses on so I can see. Y'all come on back up here.
I didn't get everybody the last time.
Thank you for all your service. Y'all are always there.
There you go.
You're certainly welcome, sir. Callio Volunteer Rescue Squad. Anybody from Callio? No. All right, have a big camp.
So I'm a member of Callio Rescue Squad, so I'll accept for them if you want me to. I'm a member of Callio Rescue, I'll accept for them.
Thank you, sir. All right, mid-county, please.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
No. Callio Fire Department.
Yeah, I guess it'll be the
Come on up, man. Smith Point Sea Rescue. Yeah, that's right. Let's see, we got Fairfields Volunteer Fire Department. Northumberland Sheriff's Office. Northumberland Department of Emergency Services. Thank you for all the service you do. Thank everyone for your service. All right, next is presentation from Greater Reedville Association. It's the park update.
Fire Prevention Week.
I'm sorry. Oh, resolution for fire prevention week. I missed that one, Marcus. Got one extra one. First responders. Well, I was thinking I'd missed somebody. Hazmat, that's what it is. Curtis here? All right. Well, if you don't mind, give this one to Curtis. Curtis Albright is our hazmat director and coordinator. He's not here at the time to accept this, but we'll be giving that to him tomorrow. Mr. Basie, would you do Fire Prevention Week?
Yes, sir. Whereas each year since 1922, Fire Prevention Week is observed to commemorate the Great Chicago Fire that took place on October 8, 1871. And whereas Fire Prevention Week is the longest-running public health and safety observance in our country, and whereas we recognize the efforts of all firefighters, fire service agencies, and other first responders that aid in preventing and combating fire dangers, and whereas we thank them for their dedication, sacrifice, hard work, and for putting their lives on the line for the sake of our community. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms Make Them Work for You, strives to educate everyone about the importance of having working smoke alarms in their home. And therefore, the Northumberland County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 6 through 12, 2024 as Fire Prevention Week and urge all citizens of Northumberland County to have working smoke alarms in their home.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve the resolution.
All right, got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Who's going to accept this, Mr. Tadlock?
You should have Fairfields and Callier Fire.
Fairfields and Callio. Only got one that I know of. Let's see. I got two. I'm sorry, I got two. Would Fairfields come on up? Gentlemen, thank you for all your service again. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all we all do. Next would be a presentation from Greater Reedville Association. It's a park update.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Shauna McCraney, and I'm the Executive Director at the Greater Reedville Association, doing business as the Reedville Fishermen's Museum. I'm here with Kim Schmidt, who is the chair of the Helen M. Burkle Waterman's Park. This week, we were given the only green space left on Main Street by Helen M. Burkle. Ms. Burkle and Mr. Burkle are longtime residents of Fleeton, and Mr. Burkle passed on, but he gave us Festival Hall, which we are still trying to renovate, as you well know, but we're getting there, and thanks for that help that the Board of Supervisors has given us. Tonight, we are going to present our park plan to you. I played ball as a child, and many in this room probably played ball as a child at this park. So this is a wonderful addition to Reedville. We're seeking a general letter of support from the county so that we can move forward with grants toward this heritage park. And the purpose of it will be to preserve the maritime heritage of Reedville. So Morgan, you can advance the slide. So our Heritage Park will be hopefully exhibits and a pavilion. It will be open to the public and visitors for free. During the day, we hope to have events there like watermen's markets, concerts, and other events such as proms and weddings and receptions, all of the things that Festival Hall would hold. It will be open from dawn to dusk, and we hope to provide public restrooms, Wi-Fi, and a water filling station there. Morgan. So, for those of you who don't know where Reedville is, most of us do, but we're at the end of 360. It's the very end of Northumberland County. And this is the property that we're talking about. So you can see Festival Hall and then the schoolhouse apartments. And this is a 2.3 acre green space, the only green space left on Main Street. And this is the view of the park. We had a ribbon cutting with the board of the Greater Reedville Association this week with Ms. Burkle out by that fence. And we hope to keep those trees that you see in the middle picture. We hope to preserve the ambiance of historic Reedville. We are a historic district, so we want to keep this as a heritage green space. And then you can see the view from the northwest corner of the space. And I'm going to let Kim tell you about the features.
These are preliminary plans, and again, just a letter of support for the general concept that this would be of benefit to the county. And there are numerous benefits that we've outlined in another document we presented. But we already have, although we will need to raise funds for many of the features that we've proposed, we already have in hand a purse boat. Omega's been working with us. They've provided us a purse boat that had been on exhibit in the water at the museum, but now we could have a permanent station for it. Also, a vision that Mr. Charles Williams from Crazy Crab had, along with Wendell Haney, two founders of the Reedville Fishermen's Museum. They had always wanted to have a spotter plane on the at the Reedville Fishermen's Museum, which has now run out of any land space to do so. But with the acquisition of this 2.3 acres, we have ample room, and they already have a spotter plane identified that we would be able to exhibit at the park. And although folks, when they've said a park, they think swing sets and pickleball courts, it's not that kind of park. However, we do want to attract families and children, and one of the concepts is that the spotter plane and the boat will eventually be outfitted and maybe have a little electronic screen so kids can get on board and get a feel for looking down over the Chesapeake and seeing schools of Menhaden. So this ties everything back in, and I think it would be a wonderful attribute to honoring Menhaden Fisheries here. One other very important feature to me, my husband working as curator at the museum and a reenactor on the John Smith barge had done much research and discovered through the writings of John Smith and on his 1608 map that he had identified a location of Sinquac. Now, this was a Native American summer fishing village, and we couldn't find any commemoration of that in our county or actually on Northern Neck. And it looks like Sinquac is actually modern-day Reedville. And so this would be an ideal opportunity to tie in Native American heritage to the early fishing outside of Reedville. And so we propose to reserve an area of the park that we would work with the Native American tribes, and we already have connections with them to then commemorate them in a way that they saw fitting. We thought perhaps this could be a picnic area at the park, which would attract both locals and visitors. And so that's, next slide, please. In addition to those essential features, and there's ample space for a pavilion. We'd also like to maybe incorporate in the pavilion classroom, which we don't have space for at the museum. And we envision also offering public restrooms. We'd need storage there as well. So the pavilion design is completely open right now. We need to work with architects and planners to see how that would fit in. But that's what we would envision. Other features is that I've spoken in the past with Jane Blue with the Northumberland Public Library, and they're very excited about having, there's ample space for parking on the backside along Reed Avenue, and there would be ample space for routine visits by the bookmobile. In addition, I've spoken with Ken Pollock with Bay Transit, and he's very excited about the prospect of having a bus shelter in Reedville, which they've wanted to do for a long time. And having it on the park property would also enable enhanced visitorship from throughout the county, and people be able to come to Reedville and also walk down to the museum, use our restaurants, and so that's, we see that as an enhancement to tourism from throughout the county coming to Reedville. And also, we have local workers in Reedville, and for some, transportation is an issue, and having a regular bus service right there at the park, we think would also provide a benefit. Again, Shauna mentioned we would like to have public Wi-Fi and water, and that's something that we might address with the county at a later date to see if we might be able to have some cooperative agreement. And the bathrooms as well. There's very limited washrooms for tourists coming to our area, and frequently they just stop by the museum, and we welcome them just to use our washrooms. But we would, we see this as a feature that we would accommodate at the park. One last point is that in preserving open space at the park, we want to be able to have such a big tent, maybe for the wedding venue with Festival Hall in the park. Also enough space to put up multiple small tents, as with the Heathsville Market, for vendors for market days and such. But also, we thought we might be able to reserve space working with perhaps county emergency management services, so that it could act as a staging area at our end of the county, should we befall, let's say, a Cat 4 hurricane or whatever. And so where we could do distribution of water and supplies and serve the community in that way. So knowing in advance that we'd need to reserve how much space or how we would use it, we could build that into the park construction. Next, please. This is just an approximate layout of how we would envision. This is very fluid, but as you can see, I don't know if this will work, in the upper right, we've got Reed Avenue on the north side. You come in from the left along Route 360 Main Street, and the building over there is a Schoolhouse Apartments. On the other side, it's bounded by what was once Crowder Street. It's all trees and shrubberies now, so that's something that we would discuss with Philip Marston regarding that parcel of property. This is to scale, so on the north side, we could accommodate 10 handicap or truck parking places, a bus shelter, the picnic area, and coming down Main Street, you would still see the tree line. It would be a beautiful green space landscaped. Next. Oh, sorry, next slide. All right, so our next steps is we're working on expanding partnerships. We're working with the Northern Neck Hidden History Trail and the Native American tribes, and we're looking at more partnerships and contributions. And then we will be holding a community meeting, and we're developing a short survey so that we can truly engage our community in any further ideas that we could do with the park. And then we've got an application that we're preparing to the National Park Service Chesapeake Gateways grant application. Shauna has gotten the Reedville Fishermen's Museum approved as a gateway, which is important to the national park system. So we're already identified as an important access point for the Chesapeake Bay and preserving and understanding the heritage of our area. Next, please. And then our next steps with respect to Northumberland County is we're today requesting a general letter of support that basically lets our granting agency know that the county believes that this would be a benefit to our area. And then we've already met with Luttrell Tadlock and Philip Marston and Chief of Emergency Services to find out specifically what we need to do so that we stay in compliance throughout the development project. And then it turns out that parcel of property is currently zoned as R1, and we'll be in discussion with them for the possibility of rezoning it as B1, which would include, I think B1, Business 1, which would include Festival Hall and the park. And one of the reasons being that we would like to be able to occasionally use it as a rental venue, for instance, a wedding incorporating the festival hall and the park, and so that would require the B1 status. And we're looking at that as generating revenue, the events and things that we could use and rent it out for as generating revenue, which would help us over the long term sustain maintenance and upkeep and operations of the park. And then eventually we would like to come back and discuss perhaps partnership with the county for perhaps providing some public services. The Wi-Fi in particular, Wi-Fi was one thing, and we think that would be an enhancement to folks in the area to come use the park. Maybe moms could bring the kids there and they have access, because we know in our local area there are families in areas where that's not available. And also, I've come to learn that also in our area that we have residents that maybe are on wells and maybe their wells aren't functional and need to acquire water for home use. And we thought that this could be perhaps a benefit to some of our underserved population in being able to come to the park and access potable water. And next slide, please. That's it. Thank you. Unless there's any questions.
All right, and board members have any questions?
I have one. What you designate as Crowder Street, I haven't seen that used as a street since I was a young child. Is that privately owned now, or is it still state-owned?
Working out the details on that, we discussed that with Philip, and I'm not exactly sure how we will handle that piece of property, so that's to be determined.
I'd like to just say that I know the county's been able to work with other parks within the county, and I look forward to the county and this board being able to work with you guys as well.
Thank you very much.
In dealing with your Indian tribes,
Pardon?
In recognition of the Indian tribes?
Yes.
That should open the door a little bit for some federal funds.
Yes, it should, which was one of the, between the fact that hasn't been recognized in our area, which would also make it a tourist draw in addition, in historic Reedville. But I also saw that, especially in this day and age right now, and through the National Park Service, that they'd be very keen on that recognition and other federal funds.
When are you all looking at to break ground, to do something.
Breaking ground? Well, we just acquired the property
Right,
today.
I understand that, but you got a good plan. I was just trying to get a,
All right.
and
Well,
and I'll
this,
bring up why I'm asking that.
I'm going after a $100,000 grant with the National Park Service. And we've already got a letter of support from the Virginia Tourism Commission and both that and Lisa Hull with the Northern Neck Tourist Bureau, who works with the Gateway, Chesapeake Gateways program. They're both very keen. The features that we're looking at in the park are completely in keeping with what they're looking to fund. The angle on that is that we need to demonstrate that it would enhance tourism, which they're looking at numbers in terms of increasing visitors and increasing jobs and dollars from tourism. So we're working that up. So that would be $100,000, that's at the high end, $100,000 grant. Those grants aren't being distributed until next June. So we've got a gap in there. At this point, we've got some phenomenal talent, as you may have met some on the Festival Hall Committee, architects, engineers, landscape folks. And so I now have those to draw on in developing my committee so that we can actually lay out a professional layout of the plan and what's possible. We've got access to city water and city electricity right there on Main Street, so that's an asset. And breaking ground, we're not sure yet. So we need to get a more detailed plan in place and then work with zoning, planning and zoning to make sure that is in compliance. And then it would be great to do that as soon as possible. Do you have a comment on that?
We're working with the Alva Jackson and the Northern Neck Hidden History Trail, and I just submitted a grant with 3 other museums, with Deltaville, as well as Matthews County Maritime Museum and us, for $1 million for the 250th anniversary of the Revolution. So we should know about that pretty quickly, but about $100,000 of that money will go toward those sculptures that we're talking about. We want chanty singers of the men pulling net, a big bronze sculpture. We're also tying one of the features of the park in with Festival Hall to create beautiful front doors for Festival Hall that a sculpture artist would do, as well as the Native American sculpture will be done if we get this grant. So that's about $150,000 worth of sculptures. Omega has also offered to help us with some of the monies as well. So we're going to move along quickly once we get a little bit of funding.
In the meantime, we can use it as for just for general use, overflow parking for our oyster roast.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it'd be available just for general
We had a
use.
really nice boat show this past weekend. We might expand that to a car show next year. So, but thank you for your time.
All right. Mr. Fisher, you have any questions? I'll tell you the truth, I think it's would be a very good addition to Reedville.
County.
I think it would really add to it. Mr. Tadlock, I think we need to send a letter of support to the organization showing our support of it, if that's all right with the board.
I would second that.
I know I'm getting ahead of the card on this, but I also like to put the form of a motion of what we could do to help with the sewer and get ahead of that and them not wait on us when the time comes.
Be a good idea. We have sewer right there. Let's see what we can do to get that moving.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Appreciate
your
it.
support.
Thank you.
No, we haven't voted on it yet. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank y'all. All right. Next is a update from Northumberland County Schools. Dr. Wargrove, Ms. Booth. Good evening, ladies.
Good evening,
Glad to see
Mr.
y'all here
Chairman.
today.
Good evening, supervisors. I'd also like to invite our principal, Mrs. Martha Williams. She has a short presentation this evening. We'll start off with updates from the school system. We'll then move to finance updates, and then we will talk about the playground at Northumberland Elementary School. So if you'll join me in the newsletter that I shared with you, interim reports were sent home today. So if you are a parent or a family member listening, please ask your student for their interim reports. I see that Mr. Williams is smiling. He already did that. On page 2, you will see upcoming parent-teacher conferences are taking place on September 19th from 4 to 6 p.m. On pages 2 and 3, we spotlighted aquaponics, a new program that our students are participating in. On page 3 and 4, you can find out information about Fatherhood Field Day. This is being sponsored by our Department of Social Services of Lancaster and Northumberland. That's on Saturday, October 19th. And you contact the Department of Social Services to sign up. Jackie Clayton asked that we include that for our families. On pages 4 and 5, you will see that we are having a dental clinic. It's called a Smiles Dental Clinic at Northumberland Elementary School. That's on September 25th, 26th, and 27th. Parents need to sign up for their child to participate, and that's an online sign up at myschooldentist.com. Please encourage students to attend school every day. We have to monitor our attendance, and then we report that to the Virginia Department of Education. It's very important for our students to be in school all day, every day, as much as possible. You will see calendar reminders up through, I believe, the holiday in December on pages 5 and 6. A reminder that we do participate in anonymous alerts, so if you have any concerns and a family doesn't feel comfortable or a student doesn't feel comfortable reporting that directly to one of us, you can report that anonymously online. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my weekly update. I'm transitioning now to our Director of Finance, and she asked me to pass something out.
Thank you. You're welcome. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Ms. Booth.
Would it be okay if we first reviewed our carryover appropriation requests?
Yes, ma'am.
So I had submitted 3. One was for VTSS, or Virginia Tiered System of Supports. That was for $7,283.04 that would all go into instruction. Those are funds that we reimburse, and those funds need to be expended by September 30th of this year.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move that we approve that.
Second.
All right, got a motion, a second to approve. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
And that's the last bit of that.
That's
September 30th, that's it.
that is for the Virginia Tiered System of Supports, but we get funding from them every year. We haven't gotten back our application to know what we'll receive for this fiscal year. So the second request was for the carryover of the new construction funds for $426,538.72. Of that, $125,412 is our last payment for the track, excuse me, and $301,126.72 is the payments for the floor replacement at the elementary school, the stairwell, and the generator.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we got a motion to approve and second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Okay, thank you. The third appropriation request was for ESSER 3 unfinished learning. That was in the amount of $205,937.69. This is the end of the ESSER funds. And with that, we're requesting $51,617.69 go to instruction, and $154,300 go to capital outlay.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move that we approve.
I got a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 Great, thank you so much. Hopefully I'll have some more for you as soon as we get the rest of our grants approved and bring that back to you next month. I asked Dr. Wargo to pass out an update of our expenditures for fiscal year 25. I understand Mr. Tadlock had already shared an expenditure report with you. There were a couple of things missing on that, so the one that you have in front of you now is complete as of today. From that report, if you look all the way to the far right, under each category, it shows the total amount that's been spent so far this year. So in instruction, so far this year, we've spent 10.64%. In the administration and health category, we've spent 14.23%. In transportation, we've spent 4.3%. Operations and maintenance, 7.18%. Building and site improvements, at this point, 0%. Debt service is 0%. We're getting ready to make that payment, so that'll be 100% the next time we meet. And then technology, we've expended 24.59%. So overall, from the total school budget, we've expended 10.66% of those funds at this point. Are there any questions on that?
Gentlemen, you have any questions?
Are those categories tracked like that yearly, or are you doing them?
They're yearly, yes, sir.
Are we on track with where we are?
Absolutely. In July, the only people that get paid out of this budget are 12-month employees, so we've only actually done one payroll for all staff at this point, so it'll make another jump when we do payroll next week. 2 weeks, excuse me.
Is that the 10% of the total annual budget, or is it just 10% of?
It's 10% of the total annual budget. Yes, sir. I also wanted to share that I do expect a chunk of funds left from our fiscal year 24 budget appropriation that we were able to reimburse through the ESSER grants. During fiscal year 24, we were reimbursed over $1.6 million, and we'll receive an additional reimbursement prior to the end of November for the final amount of about $453,000. And thank goodness that's the end of the ESSER money. I would like you all to know that we've worked diligently to make the most of taxpayer dollars, and we have expensed as much as possible to the ESSER grants instead of the general fund. And that's all I have, unless you all have any questions for me.
All right, any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Booth.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have a playground update from our principal, Mrs. Martha Williams, and I think she also has some teachers with her. I have Ms. Jamie Sabia, who teaches kindergarten.
She's passing out stuff.
Okay, she's helping to pass out things.
Yes.
Welcome.
You going that way? Yeah. Okay. It's wonderful. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm back again about our playground. I know you've seen me before, but I think I have some exciting news about that this evening. Northumberland County Public Schools is proposing the Board of Supervisors to support the capital improvement of the project at Northumberland Elementary School. The playground is designed for our students and our community at large to play and interact in a positive, healthy, and productive environment. Our current playground is in bad condition, as you can see from these pictures. It's decaying, it's uneven surface, you can't add anything else to it. It's 28 years of mulch that's been rotting away, and most of our children can't even use the playground right now. We have equipment that we've had to remove because bolts are coming through, bolts are falling out, and the kids are picking them up and handing them to us. We had to remove a slide, so that's had to be boarded up. You'll see in here that there's one of the other pieces of equipment the rope is worn off of, so if the kids get on it, they get metal in their hands because the rope was to protect them from the metal. So it's in dire straits. One of the things that is even a larger concern of that is it does not meet state and federal regulations, which require our playground to be handicap accessible to all students, and that includes our students with disabilities. we need to have adequate play facilities for those children in addition. These concerns are shown in the pictures. I don't think that I need to read that. I think that some of these you may have seen, and if you compare the ones from last year to these, you can tell that it is, the decay is almost where it's not going to be able to be used at all. Our school has approximately 550 students, ages 3 to 12. As with all our schools, it's our responsibility to provide our children with an area that allows them to play and socialize with their peers, encouraging positive interactions outside of the academic classroom, as well as an outlet for physical activity. The Virginia Code, the state of Virginia changed a while back and said that it is Code of Virginia that students get a certain amount of physical activity every day at school. And you can, I can find that if we can't find it. In addition, our current playground is not handicap accessible. We have many students who are unable to play because of this. One family, they wanted to get their child outside and we didn't have the facility, so they paid $9,000 for a swing so that they could get their kid outside, and the family paid for it. So I just, that's kind of where we're heading. At this time, NCPS is not following the playground codes to enable our handicapped students to access and engage in physical activity. So what is our alternative? We have a blacktop area at the end of the building that is used on poor weather days. The issue with this area, as you can see that's included in my presentation, is that it's asphalt. It's limited in size, and when kids fall on asphalt, they get hurt. So it increases the amount of injuries that we have at school. The space is too small to handle this number of children outside at one time. Not to mention the fact that this is their PE teachers' disclosed outdoor classroom area, and when we use that, we don't have an outdoor classroom area for the PE class. So that confines that educational classroom. It's time that we take action. As the only elementary school in our county, it's our responsibility to provide safe and healthy environment for our students to thrive outdoors. Our school needs this, and we would appreciate you considering granting this request. You also have tonight this is the proposal. We tried to get bids from 4 companies. This is the only company that gave us a bid, and we worked on this diligently all last year. We didn't have any companies that were interested. I have some larger plans with some large photographs down at the school. And in our county, there's not too many places you're going to get a copy that large, but I have them at the school. This is the company's bid, their insurance, what they're going to give. The most expensive part of this is the rubber. What they have to do is they have to take up what's there. They have to grade it and level it. They have to add between 5 and 7 inches of gravel. Around that, they have to put down in the ground the drainage pipes for drainage. They need to run it over or under the parking lot and down so that it drains out into that area where our overflow goes. So that's expensive. The rubber is $200,000. Just that's what it is. We got in this bid, I asked for, I didn't need colorful, I didn't need a design, I didn't need anything fancy, I just needed flat rubber. I needed something safe. My kids fell. I needed something that my handicapped children could roll up on. They could use a walker. They could use a wheelchair. We could move them with a wheelchair. And so I asked them, what's the bottom line for the surface? And you'll see in this bid that is a huge expense. Obviously, labor is going to be another large expense. The playground itself, and let me get to this, is $567,881.62. And he gave me this in May. So I'm sincerely hoping that it's going to stay pretty close to that. I know from when he gave me the bid less than a year earlier, it was about $78,000 more. And we all know everything's going up, everything. So I don't think that we can afford to wait for this. I am a little excited because I found out recently that to do this project, it really won't take anything from your current budget right now. Thanks to ESSER money, Ms. Booth was able to transfer expenditures from the general fund to the unfunded before and after school, and the summer ESSER grants. It's my understanding that these unspent funds have already been appropriated to the schools and could be used to fund this playground. I respectfully request that the board give this favorable consideration for that option for those monies. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Why have you taken so long to correct this?
I came in last year and gave a very similar speech. I just did not have the bid. The board denied it.
It's been going on for several years now.
Yes, sir. And we've tried to work around whatever we could work around, but it's really unsafe. Kindergarten went out the first time today.
I know if it's unsafe, it should have been taken care of before now.
Yes, sir. It's an expensive project, and we're aware it's expensive.
Somebody was dragging their feet. It's simple as that.
Well, it is a large project. It's a big project. I'd love to get it underway as soon as we could get it underway. Normally, once we start having some weather in November, our children do not see the playground until after spring. When it gets, when you have that heat wave that comes through, in the spring, and it will dry up some. But you can literally 2 weeks later walk out there and all of the brown muck is coming up on your feet because it's just, there's nowhere for it to go anymore. It's in really poor shape. And I'm more than happy if anybody wants to come down, I would love to show you what I'm talking about.
What's the construction time approximately?
I think he's got in here, he ought to be able to do it. The biggest thing is getting the equipment here. He can get his labor done, but it's when he's going to be able to get the playground equipment here to install it, to put the fittings, because it's anchored in the rubber, and that's why you can't piecemeal it, because he said if you do a little here and a little here and a little here, your rubber's not going to be any good because you're doing construction after the fact. You need to get all of the surface done, the rubber done, have your places to connect your equipment so that it's down in there so you don't have anything exposed that could hurt this. And I'm sorry, Mr. Fisher, have it in the proposal, his time frame, and I was thinking he had somewhere around less than 3 months if he could get the equipment, if he could get the materials from the manufacturers. And I have the exact, he's given you a list of the materials, but I have the pictures and everything of that in my room. And as I said, they're really large, but I'd love to show it to you. It's a nice playground. It's not extravagant. I think it's needed. It's not only needed, it's amazing to me when I go to work on the weekends, and I'm sure everybody in this room goes to work on the weekend. I see kids that are playing basketball, and we have a couple of little pits that we got to play in to kind of divert some of the crowd, and so people use the playground on the weekend.
Have you seen any of the work that he's done in other places?
Well, actually, he worked on the Kilmarnock Park, the same company, but he's also got a list in here. He's got all his insurance. He's got places where he's built parks. He's got all of his documentation in the presentation that I passed out with the binder that gives a lot of that information, and he's listed that. But I did ask him about locally, and I think he worked on one either in Matthews or Middlesex, but he's worked locally and he's worked in Northern Virginia. He is from Maryland, but we could not get a bid from anyone else, and we tried, because I would never bring you the first thing that I had. It's the only thing I had. Yes.
Go ahead.
This is probably for Ms. Booth. Those ESSER funds, how much are you talking about that could possibly be applied to this?
I don't believe that the ESSER funds can be used for this, but I believe that we are going to have unexpended funds from fiscal '24 that would cover this.
Have a dollar figure?
Not yet. We're still trying to move some things around.
Okay.
I guess I'm a little confused. I thought after some of the talks we had back in February and January last year that the new construction funds were going to be used to repair this playground.
Well, I know the track was way ahead of the playground, and it had, the amount of money that was exceeding it was growing by leaps and bounds each year. And I think that the board, to my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, we were going to get to the point where we couldn't even compete in track in our own home if we didn't fix it. And once you took that out and the floor out, there wasn't there wasn't enough to do any of the playground.
According to what we
Oh.
got here, that the school presented us with, it was 1.1 million and everything, it would have been 100 and some thousand left over, and they were gonna use that in the school board office. So it was enough.
So we had a list of priority projects, and because of the cost of this playground, it just so far exceeded the amount of money that we had available in new construction funds that the school board prioritized, and Tara, you can help me with this, but it was the middle school, high school walkway replacement that was I believe it was a Vosh concern. We did the flooring project at the elementary. We did the track resurfacing, and then we did a lot of painting projects, as well as the boilers. So yes, the school board wanted to purchase a playground, but they had many competing priorities because we have a lot of things that need to be replaced due to age of these, especially the elementary school
I think
facility.
the rooftop stairway was one also.
Yes, sir. The rooftop stairwell
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
athletic track
Not sure
stairway.
that takes priority over the playground.
Understood, but if you look at the cost of the playground, I believe that's over $500,000. That stairwell was,
70, I think.
yeah, it was under 100,000. The school board was really looking at trying to tackle those projects. They knew they couldn't do just a piece of this. They want to do this right, and in order to do that, you have to do the entire project. So the funding just wasn't there. But we have been doing a lot of great things regarding our aging elementary school. You know, we have a new roof, we have new HVAC, we have new boilers, we have all our old carpet replaced. This is one of the final things. It's a very important construction project that needs to be addressed. So we appreciate any help that you can give with that.
Is it any of the construction funds left that can go toward this?
Actually, all of the projects that I just named,
took care of it.
that took that money, yes.
I do believe that there will be about maybe $8,500 left of the new construction funds when we finish all the projects.
And somewhere in that whole scope of projects, we chose to tackle the CIP projects on Academic Lane and not put money into the old bank building. We don't even own the old bank building at this point, so, you know, we put the money into our facilities.
How does the RFP for the new playground compare with equipment and size with what you have now?
Here, Martha.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. The part that's over in the grass, that would stay grass. It's a tree and grass over there, and it's the fencing that goes to the ball field. So the part that is under the mulch, they would take that whole part. The addition, you would have the regular equipment. It also has some pods for autistic children, and those are growing by leaps and bounds. I cannot tell you our change in enrollment from last year to this year. I don't even know how to talk about it. But we have some pods that some autistic kids can get into because when they get overstimulated, it's just too much. The new playground also has no places that children are not in sight. The old playground, they have some tunnels, and in this day and age, we need our children in our sight at all time when we're out there. They don't need to be out of sight at all. So, you know, we made sure that was one of the criteria is we had to see the kids all the time. And I did add swings because I just think kids need swings. And they're far enough away because we had the space that it won't interfere with the playground itself. It's a really neat plan. If I can find a way to scan it, I'll email it to you. But so far, I haven't found a copier big enough to scan the whole shot.
I guess my last question is, Ms. Booth, when do you think you could have a firm number? By next month? Thank you.
And again, the reason you only have one proposal is because no one else responded?
We contacted 4 companies that were large enough, as large as this one, and the 3 of them declined, and we contacted them multiple times. We either did not get a phone call back, or they just declined to do the job. So this gentleman was the only one that he met with us a couple of times. He, you know, told us what he had done before. He talked to us about the way to do it that would be cost efficient. I told him, I'm like, it's bare bones here. Safety, handicap, a solid surface, not the most expensive. It's, they do them now with colors and paths, and you can have bike trails on your rubber stuff, and it's amazing. But I just wanted the flat, just whatever, mixed color. I just want it to be safe for the kids. And so, he tried to give me a basic playground with swings. And I think it's maybe 2, 4, and then it's got 2 like handicap swings.
With the amount of money you were talking about spending, what are your thoughts about going back for another proposal? I know that you've reached out to 3 other companies already to no avail. However,
I can try to reach out to them
it's
again.
a lot of money to spend
It is.
one-on-one proposal.
It is. It's expensive. And it went up. I got him to start this a little less than a year ago. And then when I had him come down and we walked through, and I said, we can only do this. And it went up $78,000.
Can you
Because
provide them with?
everything is. It's not going to get any cheaper for us to do it. And right now, they really don't have anywhere to play. So.
Well, what part of the program, the playground is in use now? What part are you using?
The majority of the teachers are using the blacktop area that Ms. Burgess normally uses for her classroom. And you'll see on the back of my presentation, the nurse has written a letter that, and I had a letter with the last presentation, that the injuries when little kids are running and you have that many little kids on that small of a space, they get hurt. And you have a whole lot more injuries when we have them out there. And if you have any moisture fall, you're not going to get out on that playground. I mean, kindergarten just got out there today, and it hadn't rained in a while. So it's like soup. It's 28 years of decay and mulch, and it's washed down the drain, and it's unfortunate that these things don't last longer.
Yes, it is.
We can't afford a child being hurt or worse. But I think you could, like, the EVA program.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, was this put out for bids, or was it just individual requests?
Mr. Brand put it out.
He did put it out.
He put it out when we put out the flooring, because they were trying to see how we would be able to do this. But when we found out, when we got a bid, and this is when this gentleman gave us a bid, we couldn't get it from anyone else. He gave us this, and then when Dr. Wargo and the board looked at it, they realized that the money that they had, if they did the playground, it would cancel out everything else. And the track and the floor have been needed. I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer on my thought, is we need to have our sports, be able to compete at home, and we needed to have that floor. So I sadly walked out with no playground.
She was very unhappy.
All right,
Well-
but you don't know how much money you have to put onto it.
I do not know what's left for us. I mean, actually, I came here with the plan to speak tonight to ask you all for it. I didn't realize there was going to be some other money coming, and I know that we've paid for so much of our improvements through grant money, so I was going to humbly ask you all to pay for it, but if we have some money, that's even better. So I just, as the Board of Supervisors and the school system, we could work together to get this playground off for our kids and our community. I mean, I think we could. I don't think it's out of reach, and I think we could do it now. I don't think we need to wait. I think it's imperative that our kids just have a safe place to play. Because honestly, I'm afraid that somebody's going to come up there on a weekend and get hurt. And then I don't know where we're going to be when that happens, because there's nobody supervising that. So those are just some of my thoughts. Any more questions?
Is there any way we can put up something off limits until we get it straight? Put a sign up saying off limits.
Well, I think the one piece of equipment, Mr. Brand, is he had to remove the sliding board because of the danger of the stuff coming up through it, and it was cracked. It had jagged areas. So he removed that, and he boarded up the top, and he's putting something out there to prevent them from getting on that piece of equipment. And the teachers have been supervising the metal tree with the kids. He was going to try some shrink wrap, heated shrink wrap, but the metal's just going to go through it. I don't think that's going to be able to be used. So we're going to have to close that one off as well. Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions? Other questions? Well, ladies, we're going to have to sit down and talk about this a little bit before we can make a decision about all the facts here, but I wish we had another bid besides just one.
Well, I will reach out and see if I can get anyone else. I'll reach out to the same. It's not but so many people that really do that.
So
For some, I was surprised.
They didn't respond at all? Or
I had 2 that didn't respond. I had 1 that did not, that declined. And we reached out to them 3 separate times, each one of them. And we had the bids posted when we had the floor bids out. So I in no way wanted to take one person's price, but it's all I could get. And I will reach out again. I will reach out next week and try to get
right.
something.
Thank you.
All right, if you don't mind
Thank you.
doing that. Anything else, ladies?
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to see y'all again.
Good to see you.
All right, next is an update from Virginia Department of Transportation. Mr. Beal?
Hey, good evening. It's good to be with you all. We've been busy cleaning ditches on Sidner's Mill Pond and Folly Road. We replaced the pipe on Rehoboth Road. We cut brush on Brown Store and Old Typers Road. We removed the tree there at 360 and Courthouse. We repaired a shoulder on Courthouse Road. We responded to Tropical Storm Debbie. And we've been patching potholes countywide. We cleaned some curb and gutter on Route 200. And then we mowed all the primary routes and picked up the litter. And we've addressed work orders countywide. Upcoming, we have a bunch of ditches still to clean on our list. We're keeping up with sign repairs countywide. We still have a pipe replacement on Gagnon Road to do. We have some pipe cleaning throughout the county to do. Our secondary mow, this will be the last mow on the secondaries for the year, for the calendar year. We'll start that on Monday. We'll keep up with potholes countywide and work orders. We have some brush to cut on Ditchley Road. And we did investigate the drainage concern there on 200 at Wacomico Church. We've cleaned some vegetation out of that ditch, and we are planning to install a concrete ditch to improve that flow there at the end of the curb and gutter. On the pavement schedule, the slurry seal is now complete on Louisetta Road and Shore Road. I do have an update on the structure and bridge portion on Route 601 over Bushmill Creek. That scour repair project, we've been tracking that for a while. It's bundled with 4 other projects, 3 of which are in the Northern Neck. It is going to be the 3rd project that the contractor tackles, and I expect that construction to start in spring of 25. That will be a closure. They have on their schedule about 12 weeks. So as that detour and that closure approaches, we'll coordinate with school and local officials on that. That's everything I have. Oh no, I have one more thing. Press releases tomorrow. The annual Norris Bridge inspection is scheduled for the last week of September. So September 23rd through October 25th, the bridge will be reduced to 1 lane to facilitate that inspection. And that's all I have. You all have anything for me?
Board members, you have anything, Mr. Beal?
I do not.
Long?
Yes, want to thank you. Got many positive about the Blunden and Northumberland Highway, that little circle right in there. Oh, man, that's amazing. A lot of people said that saved a lot of accidents.
All right, good deal.
Just
Thank
want
you.
to thank you for that. Brown Store, right below the apartments. It's hard. There's some weeds and everything growing out along that path, and it's hard to see it. You have to pull out in the highway. So if you could check that, sure would appreciate it.
We will.
That's all I have.
Brian?
Yes, the rumble strips on Lively Help, what's the update on that?
I'm just waiting for them to install them.
Okay, and Valley Drive down in the bottom, and Fruit Plain in the bottom, it's a lot of trash in the ditches. I think people deliberately drive those 2 roads just to throw the trash out in the bottom. But if it's something that VDOT could do to help it to get some of that picked up in the ditch, just in the ditch line, would be greatly
Yeah, we'll pick up
appreciated.
everything in the right of way starting on Monday with that last mow.
Okay.
So it's scheduled.
All right. Thank you.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Mr. Fisher?
Thank you for going down there at Black Omega Church, and look forward to seeing continued construction to alleviate that problem. Thank you for what you've done so far. I see signs going up all over the county in places saying no outlet on different roads, state signs. Are there going to be more of those, or are they just a chosen few, or what's the deal on those signs that I see recently going up?
I'm not aware of an organized effort, so I don't know if that's coincidence, but if you tell me the routes you see them on, I can check into why they were put up, but I would say it's probably circumstantial.
I'm quite sure they're state signs. I don't think they're any kind of private.
Yeah, we have those signs. But there's not a program that we're putting those countywide or anything. It may just be that we had a few in a row that we need to put up.
Okay.
That's all. All, Mr. Fisher. Mr. Beal, I don't have anything right now.
All right?
Thank you, sir.
You have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right. All right, next would be the county administrator's report.
Yes, sir. For the month of August, we had 4 new structures. Total construction cost for the month was $5 million approximately. Total construction cost year-to-date was $43.7 million, which is approximately $5.9 million above this time last year. I have quite a few supplemental appropriations for your consideration tonight. The first one is due to expenses that we've not received reimbursement on, so this first one is a negative. But it's regarding security for the athletic events, FBI reimbursement, and the law enforcement grant through ARPA, going to 3102, 1006, 1111, and 8012, a total amount of negative $132,360.90.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
They want ARPA funds.
Yes, what this is we had anticipated these funds coming in from last fiscal year, and we did not receive those funds in time. For this particular one, we do have the grant funds to offset that.
Okay.
The other one that you'll see a little bit later on is the ARPA tourism funds that we're still waiting on.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, like sign.
All right, the next one is for the ARPA law enforcement grant monies that we did receive in the amount of $131,621 and 1 cent, going to 3102, 8012.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those against?
Next is FBI payroll, going to 3102, 1111. Total amount for those is $423.96.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All right.
Security for graduation, budget line item 3102, 1006, in the amount of $420.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Next item is insurance reimbursement, 3102, 3012, in the amount of $303.40.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
I have another FBI payroll reimbursement, 3102, 1111, in the amount of $445.49.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Insurance reimbursement, 3102, 3012, in the amount of $1,593.29.
Motion to approve.
All right, got a
Second.
motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item we have is transfer from the gun permit funds with a supplemental appropriation to 3102-5805 in the amount of $3,758.68.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second? All right, got a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item is another FBI payroll reimbursement, 3102-1111, in the amount of $361.08.
Motion to approve.
Second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against?
All right, the next item is the other ARPA tourism that I spoke about earlier, which is the negative getting carried over until we can get those reimbursements from those funds. That has been submitted. We're just waiting for the reimbursement. That goes to line items 8105, 8504, 8505, and 8506 for a total of negative $28,786.23.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve that one too, I guess.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against?
All right, next supplemental appropriation is the 4 for Life monies for the rescue squads, going to line item 3203-5605 in the amount of $16,884.40.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Excuse me, got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against?
All right, next item I have is the Planning Commission is unanimously voted to advise the Board of Supervisors that they do not recommend requiring a business license in the county at this time. In your packet is a copy of the pros and cons, which they sent with the memo. Mr. McKenzie is here in case you have any specific questions related to that discussion.
All right, any board members have any questions for Mr. McKenzie? Mr. McKenzie, you have any comments you want to give or anything?
The whole premise for the business license discussion was to try to understand what type of businesses and how the businesses were growing, or whether we were growing or maintaining. And that information is available through the Commissioner of Revenue's taxable businesses list. So basically, the information is there, and the Economic Development Commission can monitor that to give us trends in the future.
Okay, any board members have any questions? All right.
Did you have a specific time to come back after examining what you said, no businesses at this time? Are you coming back?
At this time, we haven't done, I mean, it's more of the Economic Development, Commission's job to do that sort of work. And since they just got the data, it would be another year till we get any trends. And I can't speak for the Economic Development Commission.
I hate for us to miss out on something that would create some jobs.
Harold, it's interesting.
What was that?
I don't know what that was. All right, any other comments? Does the board want to just take the recommendation of the Planning Commission?
I would make a motion that we take that recommendation and not go with a business license at this time.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Nay.
All right, we got 4-1.
All right, next item we have is, last month the board had discussions about the waste sites and waste management. Board had asked some questions as far as how the other localities were handling trash and IDing citizens coming in to the trash sites. And looking at the adjoining localities, Lancaster does not require identification. However, Richmond County and Westmoreland do require hang tags. In looking at some of our options, we are guesstimating that the cost to implement would be around $15,000. Now that, of course, is going to depend on if the board decides to do like a hang tag off your mirror or a sticker for the windshield. Other things to consider would be the mailing cost. A huge portion of that cost is going to be the mailing of the stickers out or the hang tags. And any staff time. Enforcement, of course, would be through waste management at the sites. As we go through this, what we would definitely try to do is make sure that we would remove any duplicates in sending this information out to the property owners. Want to check with the board to see how you all wish to proceed. I think if it's something that you do want to proceed with, some items that we need to look at are if the board wants to send it to all property owners in Northumberland County, if you want to look at just sending it to property owners that have an improvement on the property. Do you want to look at individuals that have delinquent taxes, whether to send a tag to those? So it's going to be a lot of coordination depending on how the board wants to set this up with the County Administration Office, the Treasurer, and Commissioner of Revenue. So that's kind of the information that I have right now. One of the reasons that we looked at the stickers, of course, if you, and I reached out to Sheriff Beecham on this as well, as far as having anything blocking individuals' views from hanging from the mirror. So if you go that route, we need to make sure that it's of a certain size and small enough that it's not going to block individuals' views. So that was one of the reasons that we looked at the sticker versus the hang tags.
And with the stickers, you wouldn't have as much transferring. Once you put them on, stay there. If it was something else, you could transfer it from one vehicle to another vehicle or whatever. Somebody else in the county or something. Or not in the county.
And I'm sorry, and this would be an annual pass, so it would be something that we would need to do every year, and that's how some of the other localities are approaching this.
Do we know what the criteria is for obtaining a sticker in other localities? What your qualifications have to be?
Some of them have sent the hang tags. They sent 2 hang tags out to all property owners. And if additional hang tags were needed, they would contact either the Treasurer's Office or the County Administrator's Office in requesting those additional hang tags. Whether it was a replacement lost or if it was they needed an additional one for another vehicle, those types of things.
When they went with this program, Westmoreland and Richmond County, after their first year, have they seen a reduction in tonnage?
I don't know. I did reach out to, well, I reached out to both localities, but one locality, as far as firm numbers on tonnage, they couldn't really give me any information related to that. One of the main reasons that they implemented it was they have a tire recycling program, and they have seen a reduction in the amount of tires that have been brought to their site. So they are seeing some savings there.
Was it enough to pay for the program?
That I do not know. That I do not know.
Any way you can find out?
I can certainly reach back out.
Right.
Yeah.
We table this until next month?
Yeah, let's just carry this over till next month, till we can have more time to review it. That'll give Ms. Tadlock a chance to find out some more information, and we can all sit down and think about it a little bit more.
The only thing I would add, I guess there was enough savings there that they saw a benefit to continue the program. So to kind of answer your question, I guess that, but it didn't give you exact figures, but they are continuing the program.
There must be enough cost savings there.
Correct.
The question came up about short-term rentals last time we spoke about this, and the ones that I looked up online, some of them require the people to take their trash with them when they leave, and some of them will take their trash, leave it in canisters, and the owners will remove it later. So got that situation too to look at.
Well, they may have to go back and change their contract onto it where they have trash cans available for the residents to leave their trash.
Or they could hire trash service to pick it up.
They can also do that too. All right, is that all right? We just carry this over till next month?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, next item we have is the abandoned and derelict vessel bid document. This does put out for bid the removal of 3 boats, one located in Lodge, one in Bridge Creek, and one on the Great Wacomico. We just need authorization to move forward in advertising that so we can get that project underway.
I move that we allow staff to advertise.
All right. Got a motion, got a second? All right, got any other discussion? All right, if not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? All right, Mr. Tadlock.
All right, the next item I have, I'm actually going to turn that over to Mr. Basie and Mr. Rob Mangrum. It's related to the school drain field, package 1 and 2, and the package 3 to advertise that next section.
All right, Mr. Basie, Mr. Mangrum.
Is Rob online?
He's online.
Okay, yeah, he's online. So earlier in the year, we put out to bid the whole project, and the bids came out higher than Mr. Mangrum was comfortable with, and he recommended that the board not approve either of those bids, and for the county staff and Mr. Mangrum to work together as the general contractors on this project. We have since put out bids for 2 different packages, parts of this project. The first package, it was for the tanks that we would need to do it, just to have them fabricated. We only received 1 bid back for that project, and Mr. Mangrum was comfortable with where that project came in. I'm pulling up the information now. It was the Nansemond Precast Concrete Company was the only bid we received, and that bid was for $161,778.88. And Mr. Mangrum, if I'm stating that incorrectly, you are recommending that we move forward with having the board approve that bid, correct?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I do recommend that we move forward with that amount for 161 and the 161,000 a change. With the bids that we received back when they came in. I can't remember the date that is, Drew, but we received 2 bids, and the low bid was right at $700,000. And the big picture was that we thought we could do the project using this revised approach for something in the $500,000 range. But a couple data points we did glean from those bids. One was that all the precast concrete structures, which is prepackaged, which is procurement number 1. That number was right around in the $160,000 to $170,000 range. So, and it was from another company, not Naismith, which is out of Suffolk. So we do feel like that is a representative number of what the tanks cost. And the second, Drew, I don't know if we want to talk about the second package. Not the second package. We received 2 bids. There was a third company involved, which actually was bid on the original project with the general contractors there. We received those bids. The low bid is was $60,000, and the next lowest bid was $146,000. And the third bid was non-compliant because they responded about 6 hours after the deadline. But their number, they had submitted something a week before, ahead of the bid actually, and their number was in the $240,000 range. And we think that was most likely, I think, someone who bid on the project, like we said, the first time around. So very pleased with the $60,000 bid, reviewed it very carefully. It provides everything we need. One of the things they've done to save costs, which was very innovative, was the use of more 4G modems and to actually transmit the data from the high school pump station, because we need to record several pieces of information on a 1-minute basis to satisfy our manpower requirements. And so what they proposed was, because of the recent work we've done at the Reedville wastewater plant, we have a very robust SCADA system there with data storage and everything along those lines. So instead of replicating that as a thing to maintain there at the high school and control panel, we can that also includes installing a 4G modem there and one at the wastewater plant. And we send all the data there, and we use our existing brand new SCADA system and its capabilities to store the data. And then that would also give the operational folks the ability to be able to look on their phones and things of that nature, because that would piggyback off the very robust SCADA system there at the Reedville wastewater plant. The only cost that was not included in their bid was whatever SCADA work there needed to be done. And from that side, that's probably looked like a $5,000 to $7,000 cost. That would probably be additional. That would be paid outside their contract, but they're still far way below the other bid of $146,000. And then but they're the only one that came up with that idea, which actually was a good idea. And actually, that savings there, like we said, we think the company who came in late, but had sent a bid in early, but did not respond to the addendum that we sent out until late. Their number of being about $230,000, and we pretty sure that they were with the low bid contractor for the $700,000 project. I'm sorry to throw on these numbers, but we are actually capturing about $170,000 of savings, which is just about what we need to meet our project goal of $500,000 with this new approach. So we still have 2 more packages to do, and with our remaining monies, and I think we look very good to meet our $500,000 goal of the total project. And total project costs $530,000 total project costs. So the summary of bids 1 and 2.
All right, any board members have any questions for Mr. Magrum? No questions. Mr. Basie, you have any other comments?
If the board is comfortable and wishes to move forward, I would want separate motions for package 1 as well as package 2, based on it being 2 separate vendors and amounts. And then if we do approve both of those, I would ask the board to consider authorizing us to advertise for ITBs for the package 3, which is the next phase that Mr. Magrum is working on. So as soon as he has the documents ready, we'd be authorized to move forward with advertising so we could get those bids in so we could continue to keep this project moving.
And that package, gentlemen, the package 3 is actually installation of all the equipment that from packages 1 and 2. So it's actually installing all the septic tanks, installing the valve vaults, putting in the force main from the high school to the elementary school, and installing the valves and things of that nature. And then the final package would be an electrical package, package 4, which would be a small electrical package where we would just be doing some control panels and wiring up a few things. And so with my estimates of those 2 packages is where I come up with, I think we're still going to meet our anticipated savings of nearly $200,000.
All right, board members have any more questions? All right. Package 1 amount, money again, Mr. Basie?
$161,778.88.
All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Tadlock, we have, what is it, ARPA or ESSA funds for this?
Yes, as of right now, we have a little bit of our ARPA funds that we would be using for this, and that's why we wanted to back up and regroup as far as the total project, because it's about $500,000 that we have remaining. So that's what we are looking at using for those.
You need a motion?
All right, waiting for a motion, gentlemen.
Motion to approve packet 1 in the amount of $161,778.88.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. Do I have any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All right, Mr. Basie, package number 2.
Package number 2, the amount is $60,000, and the respondent that submitted that bid is Fairwinds Automation.
All right. Pleasure to board.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Do I have any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All right. Anything else you need from us, Mr. Basie?
If y'all wish to move forward, we would like authorization to advertise package 3 when it's ready.
All right, what's pleasure to board?
Move to allow the county to advertise for package 3.
Package 3, all right. I got a motion and a second, Mr. Long. All right. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against? All right, Mr. Basie, go ahead and advertise, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Tadlock?
Next item I have is the medication storage project update, and Assistant Chief of Emergency Services, Ethan Harding, is here to provide that update.
Mr. Harding, would you come on up, please, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. Just wanted to give a quick update on our project. We have officially gotten all our machines in. We've passed our inspection through the Board of Pharmacy. So we are now officially able to order medications to keep our service going to the citizens and visitors of the county. Also wanted to extend offers out if anybody wants to come by and see what your support has done for us, to get in contact with either myself or Chief Balderson, and we'll get you in to get everything seen.
Okay.
If anybody has any more questions on that.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Harding? All right.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Tadlock?
That's all I have.
That's all you have?
Yes, sir.
All right, committee reports. Anybody have anything right now?
Only thing I have is on the opioid committee, and they voted on to bring the town to Tappahannock in.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right. Board of Supervisors items. We have approval of the check register. I hope y'all had time to review it.
Yeah, move to approve.
Got a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, board comments?
Yeah, I want to use my time to possibly allow Mr. Tadlock to give us an update on the Little Wacomico River dredging.
Sure. Yeah, we've been working with the Northern Neck Planning District Commission and a consultant group, Shore Consulting, a gentleman by the name Mark Mansfield. And we have been authorized or approved for our Phase 3 funding. And that funding was about $950,000. But that was a regional project, included Lancaster, Northumberland, Westmoreland, and Richmond County creeks that they had as well. The Phase 3 basically goes through and is working with VIMS and other consultants in looking at data collection, project design for reports, and identifying the disposal sites. And then finally developing a draft permit for the application. That has gotten underway. Mark Mansfield did meet with Army Corps of Engineers August 30th, and that was with the Baltimore district and the Norfolk district. So we are underway in trying to get that project moving.
Any board members have any questions for Mr. Tadlock on that?
No, but to attest to the seriousness of the situation, one of the most experienced charterboat captains in our area, most well-liked, most popular, goes every day, by the name of Ryan Rogers, came into the jetties a week ago now, 10 days ago now. He was on his second party or second trip for the night. It was dark when he came in. He ran aground. It was rough. It was windy. The tide was ripping. When he ran aground, the boat was held by the bottom. He did a complete 180 and was very close to going up on the rocks. He said he's never been scared since he's been a captain in his life until that night. So just to speak to the seriousness of the situation and how we need to keep pushing to get this done.
Okay. Yeah, excuse me. Any other comments? Is that all you have, Mr. Williams?
That's it.
Mr. Long?
Yes, Mr. Tadlock, what's the update on the old school board office?
At Lotsburg, again, I think what we need to do is the board have some additional meetings to talk about the properties, and maybe we could talk about scheduling some meetings for those.
Okay, as far as the bank, we turn that over to the school board, right? EVP Bank?
We are still in the process of discussing that with the school legal counsel.
Okay.
Is that all, Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Bryant?
Last year, the counties sponsored, Morgan named the Halloween Boo Bash for the kids in the county, and this year's coming around again. But to back up to last year, it was very well attended. We had well over 200 people here. And we would like to do it again this year. And I think Morgan has picked it October 24th date. And I guess we need to get approval from the board to actually have this and to set aside the funds to get the supplies she needs to make this happen if the board approves it. We've had a lot of people already ask, are we doing it again this year? And there's a lot of people excited and hoping that we are.
How do we get the word out to the community?
Social media, and we hand the out flyers, and these will go home with all the kids through the school system, like she done last year.
How about the churches?
We can do the churches too.
Right, yes, sir.
All right, any board members have any comments, questions on this? How much finances are you looking at?
Morgan, what did we do last year? $1,000? Okay.
I move that we approve.
All right, we got a motion to approve. Have a second?
Second.
All right, got a motion second. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
And I'd like to have on the agenda for next month, I'll have a discussion on the Christmas tree lighting that we normally do for December. And I want to share this little bit of information with some folks. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but I'd like for the citizens to know what kind of people we have here in this county. Last Friday, we had a situation in the county, an EMS response in the Callio area. It was a rough call, and that's as deep as I'm gonna get into that. But you could not ask for a better group of first responders that was on that scene. Law enforcement, EMS, and fire. Even though the outcome is not what we all wish would have happened, those folks worked very hard. And one thing that I noticed, and Sheriff Beecham, you need to hear this. Your school resource officer, Mr. Wilson, responded. He heard the call. He responded from the school. And he was there in time to meet two other small children getting off the school bus. And he spent the afternoon with them, occupying them and keeping them away from that situation. until they could be back with their parents. That's the kind of people we have that work in this county, that volunteer and work. And I got one other thing, is with presentations, just like tonight, and I'm not saying anything bad about Mr. Mangrum or anything, but I feel personally as a board member, is when we have things as important as talking about these drain fields and the dollar amounts like that, I would like to have the people in front of us. The audio is back and forth. You really can't hear well. The citizens can't hear well. And if it's any way we could do that in the future, I'd kind of like to have people here. If they can, if they have a situation where they can, I can understand that, but.
Sure. I think he was trying to get here. He had another engagement in Fredericksburg.
And that's fine.
And he couldn't make it back in time. But I think his intent was to try and get here. Yes, sir. But we'll follow up on that.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Mr. Fisher?
We talked about the containers in the county, doing something about the unsightly paint jobs on them as they come in. We didn't move on that one way or another. Mr. Chairman, I would ask that if you get Sheriff Beecham to go out there and move those people down the hall, it would benefit us all.
We got somebody going right now. At any rate, we talked about it, I think, twice. I don't think we've come to any conclusion. Do we need to send it to the Planning Commission to get their respect to it? Or what are we going to do about the situation with the containers that are here now under permit and the ones coming in? You're talking about cargo containers? Yes, cargo containers.
Send it to the Planning Commission.
Get a feasibility study from them, see what they think about it.
That's what I would suggest, let's send it to the Planning Commission. Do you want to put that in formal motion, Mr. Fisher?
I would. I put that into a motion.
All right, I will second that. We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just get some clarification, is we're sending cargo containers, but what, or do you want the Planning Commission? I think the Planning Commission is going to want to know
Yes.
why. So.
The unsightliness of them when they come in off the ships, that they are, some of them are painted orange, some of them are painted yellow. Just get them in, make a compliance where they blend in with the surrounding area and not stick out like a sore thumb. They're nice to have. I wouldn't mind having one myself, but they don't look too good from the highway a lot of times. We've got a very beautiful county, green fields in the winter, crops growing all the time. Like I said, I wouldn't mind having one myself, but I don't want it sticking out like a sore thumb. Well, they could also do some screening on these things too, which would make a big difference. Anything else, Mr. Fisher? That's it. All right, your motion, Mr. Tadlock, you have what he needs in his motion. We got a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? All right, Mr. Taylor. Have anything else, Mr. Fisher? All right. I have one thing here, or a couple of things here, actually. One thing I want to talk about would be the solar. You know, we have a solar ordinance in Northumberland County, which is pretty good. It's designed to bring solar in if the solar companies meet the criteria and if the residents of Northumberland County want it. When this was sent back to the Planning Commission before, we discussed back there of setting a amount of distance from any tidal water. I think we should send it back to the Planning Commission with asking them to look at a 1 mile distance from any tidal water. And the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of times these solar projects want to be put in where we have all our residential area and our future growth area. So if we can keep it out of that and put it in other areas, I think we'd be much better off. So that would be my motion, to send it back for review
and look at a 1 mile distance from any tidal water.
Have you put that 1 mile on a map to see how much that eliminates? And
Yeah.
You have, okay.
Yeah. It takes care of our growth area and everything. Board members have any questions?
What will that do for projects coming before us now? Will that-
It won't stop any projects coming before us right now until it comes back.
So they'll come under what we have now?
They'll come under our current ordinance.
Can we put a moratorium on?
That's my second motion.
Okay, excuse me. Okay. Motion's on the floor, correct?
Got a motion on the floor. I don't have a second.
I'll second it.
All right, I got a motion and a second. I got any other discussion?
And that's just to send it back to the planning commission?
That's to send it back to the planning commission for review, and they'll make recommendations and send it back to us.
Yeah, I'd be okay with sending it to them before we voted on it, yes.
Yes. I don't want to vote on it yet. I want the planning commission's recommendations. All right, any other discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? All right. One other motion. Since we're doing this, I think we ought to put a moratorium on any future applications for solar until we get this recommendation back from the planning commission, and then we can decide what we want to do.
Question.
Question.
Do we have any pending applications at this time?
I don't think so.
I don't know of any right now. Mr. Marston hasn't said anything to me about it, but all right, we don't have any. All right.
Mr. Gregory had them.
Gregory? Have any comments?
I would suggest that the board approach this notion of a moratorium cautiously. I'm not. I would just say that I don't believe that. I believe the solar ordinance you have on the books is strong, and you have a great deal of authority to direct and control the solar projects that might come to the county, and to achieve whatever your policy goals are with regard to solar. This additional requirement that you're asking the Planning Commission to consider may give you greater or provide for greater limitations on where solar could occupy, which may achieve your goals further if that's what you want to do. But just setting a blanket moratorium on solar projects or solar applications that may put the county in jeopardy of litigation, which I would recommend against. But I'm not saying that's a certitude, but it's a possibility. So,
Well, I can withdraw the motion because I don't want to put the county in any jeopardy. So that's no problem on that. And we can keep our current ordinance in effect. Right.
Understood.
All right, gentlemen,
I got a question, though.
withdraw my motion.
Well, okay.
Unless you have something different.
It's my understanding that a moratorium's purpose is to allow for further study. And by us deflecting this down to the Planning Commission, I thought that's what we would be doing.
Effectively, yes, but taking the double step of basically telling any potential applicant that any project coming forward will be denied regardless of its merits or regardless of your existing solar ordinance, I believe could be problematic.
That's another question. So in the event of a moratorium, could an applicant still come to us, fill out the paperwork, and have it sitting on the desk awaiting the moratorium's end?
That would essentially set up the exact possibility that I just mentioned.
All right, any other comments?
If we get this to the Planning Commission, we're looking at a review of it ourselves, probably not until November.
Would be the earliest we see
That'd be the
it.
earliest.
Yeah.
They would have to advertise and hold public hearing,
They're gonna have
and
to
we do the
advertise,
same.
hold a public
We
hearing.
do the same, so we're looking at a couple of months down the road. You said you withdrew it?
Through it, but that's up to the board's pleasure. All right, I'll just withdraw the motion. All right, that's all I have at the time. Anyone else have anything that they missed? All right. And next is public comments. Do we have a sign-up sheet? Want to take a break before the public comment?
Yes. Let's take a break, Mr. Long?
Yeah. All right, I tell you what, we're going to take a 10-minute break before the public comments. All right. Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll call this meeting back to order. Thank you all for giving us a 10-minute recess. Next item on the agenda would be the public comment period. First person I have on the sign-up list is Robin Jenkins.
I would like to switch with Daniel because he needs to go home and go to bed.
Yeah, that's fine. That will be fine.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Clarkson. I am in 3rd grade at Northumberland Elementary School. Today I am here to tell you we need a playground. The one we have is not safe. One time last year, my little sister took a chain off and got it wrapped around her neck. That's not safe at all. Now we have to play on the blacktop because that is safe, but a lot of us fall and scrape our knees. We don't ask for a lot, and I don't think a playground is a lot to ask for. Thank you for your time.
All right. All right. Thank you. We will do some checking on that for you.
And if I could,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Daniel's mom, Kimberly Mulligan. I'm a teacher there. Mr. Fisher, how are you? Mr. Brand, I believe your grandson is in class with my daughter. There's nothing scarier than looking up and seeing your 4-year-old, this was last year, with a chain wrapped around her neck that should not be able to come off. So you said it would be a scary thing for children to get hurt. Mine could have died and would not have been here to be in class with your grandson. So just food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. I wrote mine because I'm not very good at public speaking, but I would like for you to take into consideration when you have your discussion about the playground. My name is Robin Jenkins, and I'm a special education teacher of the intensive needs students at NES. I currently have 8 students on my caseload, and out of the 8, I have 2 with physical limitations. These students, one of whom is in a wheelchair and the other currently uses a walker to get around, cannot access the playground at NES because it is not handicapped accessible, nor is the surface appropriate for walking or strolling capabilities. I've worked with special needs students for 22 years. I have seen firsthand how my kids have been left out of different activities and opportunities through multiple school districts over those years, and it is heartbreaking to witness. Unfortunately, I am seeing it here at NES with the playground issue. Due to rain at the beginning of school and for the safety of students, they have had to have recess on the blacktop. The blacktop area is not appropriate for my students with the physical limitations. A parent has graciously paid for a handicap swing and donated it last year so that their child had something to do during the recess instead of just sitting and watching their peers. They also graciously offered it for the use of all special education students. This is an awesome gift that is used daily, on a daily basis. However, since the students are using the blacktop area, that is not where the swing set is. The swing set is on the other end, and so we are all by ourselves, which is not inclusive. I am asking that you rally together as a community to help allocate funds to help NES receive a playground that meets the requirements from the Americans with Disabilities Act, so that all students at NES can enjoy an all-inclusive playground and that no one is left out. This playground would help instill a sense of independence and confidence in all children. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on something that is near and dear to my heart.
Thank you. Next person we have is Erin Walker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Erin Walker. I'm here as the mother of a Northumberland elementary school student. Dean is in Robin's class. He is 5 years old. He's pretty much the school mascot. They love him. Dean did not walk when he went to school last year as a 4-year-old. Through the work of Robin, his occupational therapist, his physical therapist, and the school as a whole, Dean is walking. He uses a rollator. It has 4 wheels. He is not able to navigate around the current playground because of the mulch, the holes. So sometimes he's on the playground by himself with his aide. He's not included with the general ed children because he just can't. He doesn't have the capabilities of mobility that the other children do. My family, the Courses and the Walkers, we were the ones that donated the swing. We were happy to do it. We want all children to have these opportunities, and I hope that the board will consider putting some funds towards the playground to better our already awesome school. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Next person is Daniel Clarkson.
That was a little boy.
First. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Rich Lennis.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the board for letting me have a moment or two. I have the Navy YP 654 Navy vessel at 3 or 4 feet from my dock at Bridge Creek. And I do want to thank you all for authorizing a request for the proposals. And I also want to thank the county administrator and Drew for all his help in the meantime. As I understand it, we're hoping that something can happen for maybe this spring, which would be a really good thing. We would greatly appreciate that. And I just simply want to say, if there's anything that I can do or any of my neighbors can do to assist you in the meantime, we'd be happy to help any way possible. And again, thank you very much for your time.
Did you ever get your boat out from the pier?
Did my boat? Yes, sir.
Where
I
it was
did.
stuck?
I did. I had to take one of the pilings
Pilings up.
out, but yeah, it's what do you call it? Kind of a multi-point backup. But yeah, I managed to get around it.
So sorry you had to deal with this.
Well, it is what it is. But anyway, I do want to thank you all. You've been a tremendous help. And I want to, again, thank Drew and the county for all your help.
All right.
I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, sir. All right, next person is Jim Scott. Jim Scott? All right. Fred Nutt?
Hi, good evening. I'm Fred
Come on
Nutt,
up,
I'm the
sir.
owner. I'm the owner of the Reedville Market Restaurant. Currently, the water tower adjacent to the restaurant is the hot topic. I have 3 areas of concern for the most part. One is the fact that the water tower company in their construction wants to use my property to replace the water tower. I'm concerned about liability issues, and as well, I'm concerned about the impact of this on my customer base. I have tried to contact Aqua Virginia, their representative, several times in the last year and have not had return phone calls. what I did receive was a phone call eventually and an easement request. It's at that time that I went out and got an attorney just because I didn't like the way the process was going. And we have been working with that. My attorney and I have been working with the folks at Aqua Virginia, or actually to RKK, to come up with a solution. We have a meeting not yet scheduled, but it's going to happen next week. I would have rather this meeting and that meeting had been reversed so that I could give you more detail, but that's basically the extent of it right now. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Board members have any questions?
I would just like to request that staff reach out again. I know you have already, but the fact that they, not responding to this property owner and the other adjacent property owner is sensitive.
Yes, it is. Tadlock, if you don't mind reaching out to them.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, if I may, who have you been trying to reach out to? Just
Luther Gorley.
Okay.
That's the person at Aqua Virginia.
Okay. I think that's the same gentleman that I tried to reach out. Let me try some other avenues.
Okay.
You've had issues too. You might as well just put it out there. Yeah.
Well, I guess to be fair, mine has been more recent, so it hasn't been, I guess, exact enough time for response.
You might have to find his boss. Matter of fact, Mr. Willard has got a phone number to someone he met at a convention that we actually had to call to get Mr. Luther engaged on an issue we had in Callio. So David would probably be a big help in providing you with that name and that phone number.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, I don't have anyone else on the sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to speak in the public comment period? Anyone else like to speak in the public comment period? All right, would anyone that's online tonight like to speak in the public comment period? Would anyone that's online tonight like to speak in the public comment period? All right, I'll close the public hearing now.
Public comment. Public comments.
Public comment, I'm sorry, thank you. I'm thinking about those hearings. All right. Our next item would be, let me get my book thing back up here. All right, next would be our public hearings tonight. Our first is a request by Pamela M. Plaster. Mr. Morrison, I'll let you take care of that.
Yes, sir. We have a request by Pamela M. Plaster, owner, and Little Wacomico Oyster Company, applicant, for a conditional use permit to allow an expansion to an existing marina and commercial aquaculture/seafood processing facility on property zoned R2 residential waterfront. The property is shown as tax map parcel 28-1-126 and is located adjacent to Railway Drive.
All right, who's here to represent Ms. Plaster? Ms. Plaster, would you mind coming on up, please?
Good evening, and thank
Good
you for the
evening, ma'am.
opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Pamela McEnaw, West Plaster, and I would like to tell you a little bit about myself and about my reason for thinking that perhaps Cockrell Farms is a good fit for this community. I purchased the tract in October of 1996 from Grafton Cockrell, who was selling his portion of the family farm. He advised me the property was zoned agricultural and currently leased to a local farmer. The agricultural zoning seemed evident to me, a fact supported by Cockrell family members, specifically Mary Priscilla Cockrell, now deceased, and more recently, indirectly, by Paige Cockrell. For as long as I have owned the land, My property card also seemed to validate that belief, classifying the 26-plus acres as state class 5. And according to Section 58.1208 of the Code of Virginia, that is agricultural undeveloped. In mid-March, I met with Miles after receiving information questioning his use of about an acre of my property. I assumed his use was interfering with the crop farmer use when, in fact, it was not. However, I demanded that Miles remove his property unless he was interested in paying back rent. He opted to pay back rent and 2 quarts of oysters to satisfy the amount owed. When he asked if he could continue to use the property, I considered with the stipulation that if at any time I asked him to discontinue the use and rescind the agreement, he would remove his property promptly. That agreement proceeded amicably for several months. In March, Miles also expressed his interest in buying the tract, not just leasing a portion. I told him there was another person that had right of first refusal, but should that offer not prove to be satisfactory, I would contact him in the meantime. Another family member contacted me regarding a partial property purpose. We had numerous conversations regarding the offer and thought perhaps it would be a possibility. Miles had been given the second right of refusal. Considering alternate plans, I asked Miles to remove his property so I could decide whether or not I wanted to retain some of the acreage on this parcel. Consequently, I gave him from June 30th to July 18th to comply. He complied with my request promptly, sending pictures showing what he had accomplished. I was impressed because I saw he used the July 4th holiday to comply with my request. Over the years, I have been contacted by various individuals, LLCs, and builders expressing interest in this property. Due to its, quote, agricultural zoning classification, which I thought it had, I never considered any proposals outside the realm of agriculture because I did not want to go through the hassle of rezoning. Neither was I interested because I did not want to turn this property into a rural subdivision, even if rezoning were approved. It was only within the past few days when I began to question the need for a conditional use permit that I was informed the property is actually zoned as R2. Based on my research, property designated as such can support single-family housing of 1 acre with a house per 1 acre. Based on that criteria, this tract would potentially support at least 20-plus houses. Were that the case, I would assume the amount of noise, light, music, conversation, pollution would exceed that of the noise associated with the sounds and lights of aquaculture. In the interim, I have done copious research not only on Miles, but also on aquaculture as well. I have to say, I was quite impressed that his company has survived the pandemic through his very astute business acumen. Having been a successful small business owner myself, I realize how much a small change in market circumstances can make or break your dream, leave your immediate employees without a job, negatively impact your community, notwithstanding your family livelihood. Waking up to the reality that your restaurant wholesale markets literally vanished overnight, the foresight to pivot your business plan overnight is something that cannot necessarily be learned, but instead is instinctive and innate. Cutting your hours, cutting pay to keep your employees on payroll, identifying an entirely new retail market while raising and caring for your oysters with the environmental risk inherent to your business is enough to daunt your most ardent businessman. But Miles, his family, and his employees succeeded. Having been a public health nurse in the counties of Charles City, New Kent, and Hanover, my passion and expertise lie in the areas of infectious disease, community health, and environmental health. I served on committees both locally, statewide, and regionally, listening to and helping resolve issues related to these areas. My father was a tug master and licensed as a master mariner. He was readily involved in any issues regarding the Chesapeake Bay, the James River, and any matters that would degrade the ecosystem of either. As a child, I was a captive audience to listening to his concerns about farm runoff, sewage contamination, fertilizer toxicity, or anything that could upset the symbiosis of anything related to the water and the environment. On a scrap piece of paper, he developed his solution to help cleaning up oil spills in the bay, only to have his idea taken from him when a government agency claimed it as their own. I feel that in some small way, I have lived professionally to carry on his legacy. Similar to the Cockrells, my grandfather was a farmer, supporting his family and his relatives on a third-grade education. He had that same innate acumen. He supplemented his crop income while truck farming, shad fishing, and rock fishing. I admired him for the long hours that he put in, working well before daylight and long after dark. His neighbors didn't complain, but instead admired and supported him. My research into aquaculture benefits to the community, both economically and environmentally, had astounded me. Number one, the industry is regulated by 17 agencies compared to only 3 regulating agriculture. 2, oysters are considered keystone species, having a significant impact on the environment and other species in the ecosystem. 3, their filtration system removes nutrients that encourage algae growth that subsequently chokes out beneficial vegetation that supports aquatic health, crustaceans, fish, other shellfish, and mammals. They can filter up to 50 gallons of water per day. What once took 3 to 4 days to filter now takes nearly a year. Oysters are an alternative food source that provides concentrated amounts of protein while leaving practically no carbon footprint. Oysters remove, concentrate, and store carbon, protecting the environment. They utilize this environmentally stressful chemical to create their shells. 6, the oyster is considered to be the equivalent to coral when comparing their environmental benefits. Saving the coral is next to impossible, but saving the oyster is attainable. 7, a thriving oyster population is indicative of a healthy ecosystem. Excuse me. 8, for every job created within aquaculture, farming, and processing, at least 2 to 3 jobs are created to support that one job. The state of Virginia promotes and the NOAA supports oyster farming, aquaculture as a benefit to the community, economy, and environment. Having just learned this week that the 26-acre tract is zoned R2, I now realize this tract per county code could actually support 1 house per 1 acre of land. In my opinion, that would be a travesty when community support of this fledgling business would ensure the life of our bay and its estuaries. To borrow a phrase from one of Northumberland's advocates, it is a labor of love, and it's worth nourishing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Miles Crocker, are you here tonight? Would you like to say something before I open the public hearing? Tell the board what you're planning on doing?
Yeah, I guess I'll let Mr. Andy do that first. I can answer any other questions you have.
All right, the board's just looking to see what your plans are for that piece of property.
We don't have much plan to do anything else what we've been doing. We were going to maybe put a barn over there on the other side where the other barns are, and put dry goods in it, boxes and stuff like that. We store the boxes now up the road a little bit in the other building we have, but we run out of room. Sometimes we have to buy these things that contain the loads, and they come across the ocean, and it takes a month for them to come across, and then if you got to order them, they got to make them. So you got to have some ahead. So, we need a lot of room for that, just to keep them clean and dry. And then the other part, we're just gonna put boats and stuff just over on the other side where we already have boats, and we want to park some trucks and stuff over in the field that's not in corn now. So I guess really all we want to do is take about an acre out of the cornfield right next to the old barn and put up another barn and put trucks and stuff on the piece that we were using this past year from Pam. And, you know, just so we got some room around the marina. We can't move, can't do much because we're so jammed up down there. You know, people don't have a place to park or nothing else. The people want to go down to their boats that they're renting the slips from, and they don't have a place to park.
Okay. Any board members have any questions? We'll open the public hearing.
Yes. Your application has got aquaculture, seafood processing, then you got 175 by 100 building for storage. Then it's something else in there I can't quite figure what it is to be as determined. So what is your seafood processing? Because
I don't think we're going to be processing any, we're not going to be processing any seafood in the building. But we process seafood down the hill, and we have aquaculture gear that we may need, cages and bags and stuff that we may need to, put out in the field. And I don't see why anybody would have a problem with that.
but that's just storage.
Yeah,
So
storage.
So basically, what your application is saying, you just want a storage building.
Yes, sir.
So the seafood processing will not be on this site, it'll be down the hill where it's already
Yes, sir.
taking place.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Any other board members have any questions or comments for Mr. Cockrell here before I open the public hearing? Cockrell, thank you. After we have the public hearing, we'll probably want you to come back up.
Yes, sir.
and answer
Thank
some
you.
questions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll open this public hearing, and I will remind everyone that you have 4 minutes in order to speak, unless you're representing a group, and that will give you 6 minutes. So the first person we have on the list is E. Stancy Murray.
I can help you with that, Mr. Haney. We've had the pleasure of correspondence. My name is Earl Stanley Murphy.
Yes, sir.
My address, I'm told I need to tell you, is 40G First Street in Whitestone. I'm a lawyer. Mr. Long can attest that my habits are otherwise healthy.
All right, sir.
I am here tonight on behalf of John and Olivia Cockrell to oppose this. And I wrote you all, and let me say it preliminarily. It's a tremendous honor and privilege to be here, and I say that not in a pandering sense. I believe it in the core of my being. I think that this type of board is the best representation of participatory democracy that we have in our system. And to have citizens come here and have an opportunity to speak to you is a great privilege. For you all to pass on this type of application is a privilege for you all. It's also a great responsibility. I know that I don't need to remind you that the conditional use permit is dependent upon the section 148-166, which I provided to you in the comments. And I will say to you, I wrote what I thought was a thoughtful letter about this in opposition. Because of the length of time I have, I'm not going to go over that. My client, who is also going to speak, I believe, also wrote you a letter. I just ask that you carefully consider those. Mr. Haney and Mr. Williams, I greatly appreciate the personal response that you sent me. Our request tonight is very simple, and it boils down to 2 words, and that is slow down. This application was paid up 22 days ago. It wasn't even sent to the correct people in the neighborhood. The Cockrell Morgenthalers, Olivia in particular, was not even listed as an owner of the house where she was born and raised and has been in her family for 100 years. The application materials that were provided just 7 days ago were very sketchy, doesn't have any details. And for the first time tonight, I see these 10 recommended conditions up here. We haven't even had an opportunity to review those. There's a site plan dated yesterday. And I say to you with all sincerity, this code section allows you to put conditions on the use of this, and I think it allows citizens here to have some input into that, more than just something overnight that's put up on a board right before the hearing. And I just briefly say that in determining the conditions to be imposed, you all have a responsibility to abate or restrict noise, smoke, dust, or other elements that may affect the surrounding property, establish setback requirements, provide adequate parking, and importantly here, I think, ingress and egress to public streets and roads, provide a buffer, make sure it's a buffer, and tend to prevent the proposed use from changing the underlying character of the zone. And the zone here is residential. And I was struck, with all apologies to Ms. Plaster, I was struck by the fact that until very recently she didn't know it was a residential zone. Well, it is a residential zone for the Morgenthaler, for the Cockerell Morgenthalers. They live there, and they are greatly impacted by the existing industry. I said in my letter to you, and I'll repeat tonight, we really believe that this is nothing but an incremental expansion of the industry that is already there. And we ask you to slow down, give everybody a chance to take a longer look at this thing, to have some input into the conditions that might be attached to the application. So we're asking for at least a 60-day continuance on this, and we'll leave that to your discretion, of course. I do want to take a moment or two to address an issue that is critical. The existing property, the existing industry, is served by a road on a right-of-way over the Cockerell Morgenthaler property. They built it for them. This property, as we understand the application, has access to a public road that would eliminate the need to use that right-of-way. And I think a very, very serious consideration here is perhaps imposing a condition to reroute the ingress and egress off of the residential property, move it a ways over now that there is access to the road. And we just don't think that can be done in the short 22-day time period that you all have had to look at this application. In the 7 days, we've had a chance to come up with some understanding and some response. And in the 20 minutes, we've had a chance to look at the conditions put up on this board. I began by saying that it's a privilege and an honor to be here. We appreciate your service. We appreciate your responsibility. And we know that you all will do what is right. We ask you to pass this for 60 days or such other time as you think is responsible, to give everybody a chance to understand fully what this new site plan dated yesterday says, and to address some of these other conditions that I put in my letter and that Olivia put in hers. I thank you very much for listening to me. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. All right, next person is Olivia Cockerell.
Hi, everybody. I've talked to several of you on the telephone, and I know some of you from a very long time, and I appreciate you for listening to me. And I really appreciate this. I haven't been to this. This is cool. You know? I really do. I will second what he said. I had no idea that you guys do this, like this. It's been a long time since I've been to anything like this. And I'm proud of this. This is neat. Anyway, I do live next to the Little Wycomico Oyster Company. And I have lived there for 64 years. And my house that my husband and I rebuilt after it burned in the 80s, when my parents built a new house. And my parents said that we would give you the old house if you rebuild it. And that's what I did for 40 years. And during that time, my brother's business and my nephew, now my nephew's too, has expanded, and I really wasn't consulted. They didn't ask me, and they didn't talk about what they wanted to do. They just kind of did it. And when my parents were alive, I didn't make waves because I figured it was up to them. And now they're not. And I live right there. And the traffic goes by my door and the noise at all hours of days and night. I've written all of this in a letter to you. And, you know, it's not easy when your family is against you on an issue. And unfortunately, and there's also another property that I represent. My youngest brother was supposed to be here, but I don't see him. I represent the trust that owns my mother's house next to the business. And that has been tied up in gobbledygook since my mother died. I and my brother Mark are trustees, and we've been trying to sort through it. And it is not easy, and if any of you have ever been involved in family problems, you understand. I want more time. I've had 64 years in this house. I love my home. I like my peace and quiet. I just retired, and I look forward to having some years there before I'm not here anymore. And I really don't want to have to move. But honestly, it's very difficult living next door to the business. There's lots of noise all hours of the night, and I went into detail in the letter. And it's also dusty, dirty, and my husband and I built the road that they're using ourselves. We didn't hire somebody to do it because we couldn't afford it. The reason that we did that is we were trying to get the traffic away from our back door. And no one offered to help pay for it. And now they're suing me over an easement. And that's a problem. No one has ever stopped them from using the road, and I'm trying to get it legally taken care of. We did not know that they didn't have an easement for a portion of it. And then we were trying to get it straight. My brother, Mark, went and tried to negotiate, but they'd already started a lawsuit. And I think we need a little time because we need to resolve some of these issues that are involved in this before they expand again. And in all the years I've lived there, no one has ever asked me. I'm right there. But no one said we're going to add on. So I think we need a little time. Give me 60 days. I've been there 60 years, if you can, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next person on the sign-up sheet would be Andrew G. Berry, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Andy Burry. I'm an attorney in Urbana, Virginia, and I represent the Little Wicomico Oyster Company, one of the applicants here before you today. You've heard Miles Cockrell give his explanation of what he intends to use this property for. This is really a simple request on behalf of both of the applicants. That is to expand an existing business onto an adjoining parcel, which personally, looking at the public records, I also thought until recently was zoned agricultural. The property record card shows it as agricultural. But in any event, all that he's asking to do is to add additional parking, dry storage for boats, and the construction of a warehouse with a maximum not to exceed 175 by 100 feet to store dry goods. There is nothing in this application that is asking to use it for any type of oyster processing. Now, I want to thank Mr. Marston for working with my client and with me in trying to address a lot of the issues that have been raised in the letters that are before you today, including the facts of excess lights, the fact of of overburdening of an existing easement, the traffic and smell of what they perceive to be an oyster processing facility, which is not the case. In fact, the last revised site plan was only made, the only change on it from the original was to turn the building 90 degrees to address the concerns that some of the neighbors had on lighting, on the entrance of it into the building. No oyster processing at this stage. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the proposed conditions that Mr. Marston suggests, it addresses all of these matters. Now, Mr. Murphy, who I know very well, and we've been involved in many cases, including one now in the Supreme Court of Virginia, disagrees with the fact, or has made a statement that Ms. Plaster or Mackinac doesn't have a deeded easement on this property. Well, there was a survey that's done, and I understand that it's in your package, that shows that a lot of this easement is located on what I'm going to refer to as the Plaster property. When I say the easement, I'm talking about the existing road, with outside the easement. Furthermore, and I haven't done a title search, but I've been provided with some documents that suggest not only that, but when Ms. Plaster purchased this property back in the 90s, she was given use of that deeded easement. So there is, in my professional opinion, someone who's practiced real estate law for over 44 years, that based on the documents I've reviewed, that there is a deeded easement for this property, which meets one of the conditions. Now, as Ms. Cockrell, Olivia Cockrell has brought up, there's current litigation going on with the family, and from my experience, sometimes you have family matters that end up in court. I would ask this body to ignore those. Those are something that this is, quite frankly, in all due respect to all of you, not in the purview of this case today. That property that she owns, the property that she claims that she has a right to on the family trust is not part of this application. Furthermore, the proper venue for that is in the circuit court, in my view, of Northumberland County. Let it work through the process. Those matters can be addressed in the appropriate venue, and that is the court. I'd also like to point out to the board that most of this property is going to remain agricultural. Most of the use of it, that being the storage, which has been by Ms. Plaster or Mackinaw's previous testimony, has already been used to store boats, to store oyster cages on the property. The only thing that's going to change is that maybe 1 acre or less is going to be used for the location of the warehouse. And I'm assuming that that was done because of meet the setbacks from the Chesapeake Bay Act. Nothing else on that property is going to change. It's going to still be farming. And most of the property, or the portion of it, has always been open space anyhow. I'm not going to get into the comments. You have them before you. I'd just like to point out to you a number, briefly, of comments that were made. And for people who may not be here today, but Cage Cockrell sent, one of the 5 beneficiaries of the Cockrell Family Trust, who is in favor of this application, gave what I consider to be a very good history of this property. These properties go back to 1929, which was owned by the great-grandfather of Miles, the grandfather of Miles, his father, his aunts and uncles here over the years. And it's always been used for water-related activities. And today, all the surrounding properties are, whether they're residential for private piers, whether they're commercial like the marina. So my time is up. I'm willing to answer any questions. I thank you for your time, and I hope that you would approve this tonight and not table the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hold on a second, sir, Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir.
We have some questions
I'm
for you.
going back to the same questions I asked Mr. Cobb. You just stated that this was going to be used for a building, storage. But again, on the application, it's got agriculture and seafood processing.
I
So you
understand.
got a discrepancy in what you're saying, what's on paper.
Sir, I understand what's on the application, but I believe that it was addressed by your staff limiting the use of this property in those conditions.
Just as long as that's understood, that's.
Yes, sir. It was, at this stage, if he wants to use it for any other purpose, and Mr. Marston can correct me if I'm wrong, he's got to come back before this board and ask for permission.
Correct.
Any other questions I might
Any
be?
other questions? None at the time, Mr. Berry.
I'm prepared to answer any other questions that come up.
After the public hearing, we'll let you come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Next person is James Clegg.
My name is James Clegg. I'm here on behalf of the Cockrells. I would like to see them be able to expand the railway. I know I go down there a lot, and the space down there is very limited. Boats have gotten a lot bigger. They have no room to store boats, no room to set boats to work on. The parking for the people that have slips down there is very limited. You go down there to put a boat overboard or to get around down there, and it's really cluttered up. They need the space to expand. They've been using this space in the past, and I'd like to see this board grant it for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next person is on the sign-up sheet is Miles Cockrell. I know you just spoke. You want to wait till later?
I want to wait, sir.
All right, good enough. Next person is Harold Bell.
Thank you very much for hearing my request, my thoughts on this. My wife and I own 834 Wycomico Point Road. That's tax map parcel 28-128. You can look up there on the map. I'd like to say right up front, we strongly support approval of the application for the conditional use permit to allow expansion as written in the request for the application. The tax map that's shown up here for this property, this parcel, adjoins a very large portion of the land that I currently own, the 8 or so acres that I recently purchased about 3 years ago. We have a house on this property. That house has been there for many years. The Cockrell family has lived in that house. It was sold to us by our neighbors, Nancy Cockrell, and she now goes under her husband's name, Larry. That house, it's in need of repair, but we love that house. And we made a hard decision at the very beginning that we didn't want to do anything other than restore what history was there on that land. We didn't want to tear it down. And I think that's kind of what sold Larry and Nancy on us being able to buy this property, to protect it, to ensure that it stayed one piece of property, to ensure that we bring that house back. So we love that property, love that house. We gladly lease a portion of our land to Jason Dawson. He's been farming that land for a long time, and he also farms the adjacent property as well. He's a local farmer known by many farmers in this area, and he does a lot for the farming community, does a lot for the young kids trying to learn a trade in this area. I'm currently trying to establish a vineyard on this property with a plan to eventually build a Virginia farm winery on this property. I'd like to do that. I'm 62 years old. My runway's growing short, but I'd like to be able to do that. I'd also like to consider at some point in time a Virginia limited distillery, which is a distillery license that's now been made available for farming property, where you can put a limited distillery in so that I can distill, and then hopefully a tasting room in the future far down the road. Our land shares a large boundary, as I've always said, under consideration for this conditional use permit. I got a phone call on this from one of the Cockrell family members, kind of telling me that I should oppose this. It shocked me, caught me off guard. I was in a tractor trying to work the land. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up on the eastern shore of Virginia, Northampton County. It's the southernmost county on the Delmarva Peninsula. I worked as a waterman when I was over there. I enjoyed hunting and fishing. And I worked in the produce industry. I worked at a grading shed where we graded potatoes, string beans, and everything else. So I think my ability to understand the culture and the diversity in this area, bringing that into question, you should be rest assured I understand the cultures of this area. It's very much like the Eastern Shore. We currently own a Virginia Farm winery in the city of Fredericksburg. It's a small business I started myself, and I've grown it. We had to get approved for conditional use of our property that we owned. It's zoned commercial, and I had to get use of that property for agriculture, and it was hard to do. But ultimately, I realized that a successful small business, and I was able to make that work, and I'm continuing to make that work today in the city of Fredericksburg, Virginia, in this county of Spotsylvania. Small businesses are foundational blocks that pay for the infrastructure, schools, teachers, utilities in our community, and the residents get to enjoy that every day. Small businesses help provide jobs for our local workforce. I've been over there with Miles and Kristen. I've seen the number of people they employ and that enjoy working there. It's a hard-working facility. I want to remind the public today, this is not a rezoning action. The zoning would stay the same. It just gives you use of the property in the way that you might want to use it. I can give this to you in writing. I'm not going to go too much longer. But what I'd like to say, the last thing I really want to leave you with your thoughts tonight, is that when my wife and I were considering purchasing our property 3 years ago, not once did we view the existing marina and commercial agriculture seafood processing facility as harm to our property value. I actually viewed it as an expansion of the existing small business as a huge benefit for our property value. And we look forward to swift approval of this request as currently requested. Taking time, I've worked in the federal government for 40 years. I know what it's like when a bunch of bureaucrats sit and contemplate their belly button. Time is money, and it'll kill a small business if they have to wait 60 days. I think that you ought to move as quickly as you can, get this approved. What's shown here as conditions makes a lot of sense to me. And as a resident and an owner of the property, I support all these conditions. They're easy to read. I've read every one of them, and I saw it. I was able to comprehend it in about 3 to 5 minutes. So it doesn't take that long. So thank you.
Sir. All right, next person is Michael Stowe.
Good evening, and thank you to the board for giving us the opportunity to address this tonight. My name is Mike Stowe. I'm representing my wife, Susie, and I. We reside at 60 Sunny Point Drive, which is just maybe a quarter mile down the road from the proposed site in the marina. Much like has been pointed out earlier tonight, our concern really is with the vagueness of the conditional use permit application itself. There's really no description of what kind of actual operation will take place, in the intended buildings. No description of possible environmental impacts. No descriptions of building setbacks. Location on the property is actually unclear because in the application they have 2 storage units in the picture, but only talk about 1. No discussions regarding noise levels, line of sight impairments, building height, operational byproducts such as waste, refuge, smells, noise, things like that, or the impact on the local road, which has been talked about a lot tonight. So with that, and just seeing the conditions and barely be able to read that from where we're sitting, it would be great if the board would defer action on this till we have a chance to at least understand what the conditions are until we can get clarity on some of these items that we're concerned about. So, thank you all. Yes, sir.
Let's clear one of them up right now. You said there's a second storage building on the property in the application?
It looked like in the picture. Now, we looked online,
Oh,
but they
agree
had
with you, but-
two pictures, two storage buildings marked with the parking in between the two. So we're kind of concerned which was a building and which was whatever. So,
Would you speak to that, Mr. Marston?
Yes, the other area that was labeled storage by the applicant was for boat storage.
okay. That was unclear in the application as well, so that's why we raised it. Just a lot of vagueness. Anything else? Thank you all.
Thank you. Next person is Iona Duncan. Gone. Pamela Hagee.
Good evening. I sent you all a letter. We live across what we consider the river to be our road. So I'm representing my neighborhood on Sheps Point Drive with the Lewises, the Westfalls, the Sheltons, the Dosts, and the Hagees. And our concern with expansion is we're already dealing with some issues that I outlined in the letter. So some of my neighbors who are more directly across from this industry are dealing with lights in their homes so bright that they don't need to turn on the light when they navigate their house in the middle of the night to go to the kitchen or the bathroom or something. Recently, we've been treated to music so loud that it's disturbing the neighborhood. And that's across the river, and as you all probably know, because we're all on the water, sound carries. So we're very concerned, and this is all new as well. So I would appreciate it if you could defer so that we have time to see what's going on here, because yes, the application was really vague, and we had concerns about more lights being put up, and we're wondering if we can kind of leverage this for us across the way to see if we can't not have those lights on all the time. Just have them on when the watermen need to get on the boats to go out in the early dark morning hours. And if they could also consider the neighborhood and not play the music on speakers. So the rest, you know, you've seen in the letter. So that's our concern.
Ma'am, just a fact of interest, you know Northumberland County does have a noise ordinance. You're aware of that?
I'm aware of it. I don't know if.
Well,
The thing is, I was just talking to a neighbor who lives on the Great Wicomico across from the newest of this company, and we were comparing notes, and you know, we'd like to be notified because again, the river's like our road. So if we could get notified just like the people on the land adjacent get notified when things happen within industry in our neighborhood, if there's something you can do to add that to, you know, notifications, Philip, I don't know. I don't know the rules and regs as far as notification, but, you know, consider those of us across the river because we really are affected. It's part of our neighborhood. So, thank you.
Have you or any of the people that you're representing that are in opposition reached out to the county about the noise?
No, so my neighborhood's pretty low-key, and I think most of us were just kind of hoping some one of us is going to complain, because we don't like to complain, and nobody did. So then when this came up, we were like, well, you know, maybe we can get this to stop. And you know, we all understand when you're working like that, you try and pass the time and make it happy. So, but it's making us unhappy because it is really loud. So, okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you. I don't have anyone else on the sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to speak? Sir. Come on up, sir.
I didn't even know this was on the menu tonight. My name is Jeff Webster. I live at 1092 Hull Neck. One thing that I haven't heard brought up in the discussion about all this is business. We don't have a lot of burgeoning industries here, but I think that oysters are putting us on the map in some respect. It's a food that my wife and I have some friends that have gotten their brand, it's a local brand, into some Whole Foods stores. They're doing really well nationally, and that's a local product. And I think that if I understand the issues correctly, that one thing that's required for this business to grow is access to facilities, storage, things that enable their business operations. And I think that any opportunity that we take to help a business grow, especially a business that's a member of an industry that puts us on the map, so to speak, is a good one. And so with respect for the caveats and the conditions and perhaps greater discussion, I think ultimately this is something that I rise in support of this for approval at some point. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
I had a question.
Come on up, sir.
My name is Donald Rice. Good seeing you, gentlemen. I live 58 Sunny Point Drive. Do I understand what I didn't understand? When I read the application, it talked about fish processing, and it talked about aquaculture. Is this new thing, well, I call it new because I've never seen it before, does this new thing say we're not going to be doing oyster processing?
That's what I've heard from Mr. Cockrell, that this is going to be a storage building.
Chip, is...
That's my understanding also. There is, fish processing is neither taking place there, nor is it in the application. It's
It was when I read it.
Sir, it says seafood processing.
It said / fish processing.
I'm looking at it now. I don't see it on mine. Maybe you saw something.
Well, what I was sent by the board of by the board.
Mr. Marston, did you?
Mr. Marsden, that's what it said in it. And I didn't bring it with me, but I will certainly go. I can get it and show it to you.
The advertisement was specific.
Say again?
The advertisement was specific for an expansion of
What are you calling
marina.
an advertising? What are you talking about? The application where it says what it's going to be? Okay.
The application and how it was advertised was specific to an expansion of a marina, commercial aquaculture, and seafood processing facility.
/ seafood processing, right? That's the way it looked on the application.
No, sir. It was commercial aquaculture / seafood processing.
And I saw fish processing. I don't know, maybe I've misread that. Anybody get?
Read in the blue.
I can't. I'm talking about what I received what I received from the government. That's what I'm talking about. So that's the reason I asked my question. And what you're saying to me then is that all that fish processing and so forth is out of it.
Not to be disrespectful, but I think you need to reread what you saw. I don't think fish processing was part of the application.
What I'm seeking is assurance here that that's out of it.
If we were to approve this, we are approving what is on this application I have before me, and it does not
And what
include
it
fish
says,
processing.
aquaculture, seafood. Okay, so what's the seafood part now besides oysters?
Mr. Cockrell was going to come back up in a few minutes, I think, but according to what we heard before, the seafood processing will not be on this parcel of property. It exists on the property that he currently operates on.
Gotcha. Okay.
But we can re-ask that when he comes
But
back
I mean, okay, so it'll be clear in anything that you put out that that's the case.
Absolutely. What we approve is what will happen on that property if we approve it.
Well, as long as my house comes up here and says that's the case,
and you have it in you're going to put it in writing. 'Cause okay, that was one of the main things that I was concerned about. And all these suggested conditions of approval, am I going to say that you're going to give approval tonight and I won't get a chance to take a look at that, other than right before your eyes?
The matter will be before the board at some time tonight. I cannot tell you what we're going to do. I have a vote, I'll speak for myself.
Well, Chip, from my standpoint, that's what I want. I want time to take a look at it, vote on it tomorrow or next day.
Okay.
That's where I stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone else like to speak? All right, would anyone that's online tonight like to speak? Have anybody online? Anyone that's online tonight like to speak? All right. I will close the public hearing. And would the board like to hear from Mr. Miles Cockrell again and Mr. Berry and then also Mr. Murray? All right. Mr. Murphy, would you like to speak first?
Thank you, Mr. Haney, I would. I believe that the way to get along, especially in the country, is with an open hand instead of a clenched fist. And as we said in our letter, the Cockrell Morgenthalers may well be in agreement with this, but we just need time to look at it and not read something that was created today or yesterday and is shown to us for the first time here. What I would say about these comments, with all due respect to the people who spoke in support of this, they all spoke in terms of expanding the industrial footprint down there. And I remind the board that this is a residential zone, and your responsibility is to preserve the residential character of it. It's not to improve property so we can have a vineyard or a distillery or any of these other things. And the people who did speak in opposition to it were all concerned about the residential character of the property. So I ask you to slow down, just as we did before. One last thing I'm going to say is that I've been a small business person myself for 41 years, and I understand the challenges of it. And no one here is saying that they're opposed to business, particularly in a county like this that has concerns along this area. I want to emphasize that we're not totally opposed to this project. We just need some protections about it, and we need time to take a look at it, particularly this right-of-way issue, because we're talking about an increase in the, to begin with, we're hearing for the first time that there's not going to be any seafood processing here, and that was in the application. It was part of the concern. We'd like time to understand something about the impact of traffic. We'd like time, as the statute contemplates, to maybe talk about rerouting the access so that these trucks don't come and go right in front of the Morgenthaler Cockrell residence. We know that you're going to do what's responsible. We tender it to your good judgment. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Berry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I was able to contact Mr. Marston over the last number of days. Mr. Marston was very helpful in providing me with his recommendations on the conditions for this application. I would suggest that Mr. Murphy had the same opportunity to do it. This is important to my client. It's important to the area. We're not asking to change what is being used in this area over the years. As Mrs. Cockrell, Olivia Cockrell, has said, she grew up in this property for 60 years. She didn't complain when her grandfather was using it for these type of purposes. I would just respectfully ask that you not table this matter today, that you consider the fact that these conditions address the concerns that these fine folks, whether they were for or against it, have brought to the attention of the board. And I agree that it's part of this process of our system of government that everybody has an opportunity to speak whether they're for or against it. But what I'm suggesting to this board is that those concerns have been properly addressed by the staff to mitigate the concerns that everybody has. I thank you for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it.
All right, board members have any questions?
Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Miles Cockrell, would you like to speak?
I don't know what else I can tell you, but I can answer some questions. We can cut the music off. No problem.
All right. If board members have any questions for Mr. Cockrell before? All right. Public hearing's closed. Matters before the board.
I have a question for Mr. Marston, if I may.
Yes, yes, sir. Certainly can.
One comment I heard tonight was that the application wasn't sent, in quotes, to the correct people, end quote. What is the confusion those people are dealing with? Why don't they think they received this application when they should have?
With every application that we receive, we notify adjoining property owners the way that we did with this application. In this instance, there were 3 parcels, and all went to the same mailing address. So instead of sending 3 different notices to the same mailing address, we just sent 1 notice to that address.
When was that? When was this sent? When was the notification sent?
Advertised in the paper for 2 weeks. So it would have been August 23rd.
Okay. Another comment that I heard is that this application or this picture we have up here is fresh, like it just happened yesterday. What is different between this and what was original?
This is more specific to the location of the proposed warehouse, which was the major part of development associated with this request, and it changed the orientation of the building to be less intrusive to the most affected adjoining property owner.
Zoom back out, Carl, please. See the conditions. Condition number 4, 1 security light. Or we're not very specific as to where that is. I think we should be if we were to go forward.
Could it be a motion sensor light?
Well, he's got any additional lighting would be motion censored lighting.
I think something needs to be also addressed in as far as noise. I know when you're working, there's going to be noise, but excessive noise.
We've also heard comments about the road egress and egress and egress. Do we have the survey that we can pull up on the? That's all you have.
Marston, how long were these other conditions posted? Or what day were they posted? So I can get a time frame from when they were posted to now.
Earlier this week, so
they were posted.
One was modified today.
One modified today. All right.
We got them. Did the public see them?
Public didn't see them.
Okay.
You finished, Chip?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna move that we move this to next month.
Want to
Bring it back.
carry this over to
Carry-
next month
carry-
at our next board
yeah.
meeting? And what's our date on our next board meeting?
October 10th.
October 10th at 7 p.m.
Yes,
Is that correct, Mr. Long?
that's right.
All right, I have a motion to have second.
Got a comment?
Second's not needed, but if we don't get a second, we can have discussion. Any discussion on this motion?
I would just like to ask what we're going to do between now and then.
You know, this was,
Just allow them more time to
this would give
think on
both
it.
sides a chance to really go over some of these things that's in question, you know. That's my opinion. Because it seems that some sides just recognize some of these things tonight.
Any other comments, questions?
I have a question.
Public hearing is closed, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I can't read those conditions.
You can't read them?
No, I can't.
All right,
And I've
okay.
never seen them posted, I've never seen them anywhere.
Wasn't a copy of the conditions posted out?
They're posted on board docs.
I mean, wasn't nothing posted out there?
No.
Printed
Not
off?
outside.
All right. All right. Any
Chip,
other?
Chip, what day was it we were down there? Tuesday or
Monday,
Monday?
Tuesday, yeah.
Tuesday. So these had to be done after Tuesday because the turning around of the building was done after we left there, the decision.
Right.
So that means, what, Wednesday?
Not time enough.
It's Tuesday, yeah.
All right, any other discussion? Because I got a motion on the floor. No more discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? All right, this hearing will be carried over till our next board meeting. If now the public hearing has been closed, the matter will just be before the board.
Ben, do some clarification on this. The public can access board docs and get this information.
That is correct.
Okay.
Off the county webpage.
Off the county website.
Yes.
Okay.
If there are any concerns in getting to that website, you can call the county administrator's office, 804-580-7666. And we can guide you to the board docs.
And this will be advertised again?
It will not be advertised again. The public hearing has been held and has been closed. So it's just a matter of carrying it over.
Only thing else I would suggest is let's put a copy of the conditions out there at the sign-up sheet. So everyone can pick them up when they come in. And also, conditions being posted need to be done 7 days before the meeting, as our motions have said before. All right, anything else, gentlemen, on this one? All right. If not, we'll move on to the next one. There's a request by Hacks Neck Farm to apply for a no-wake markers. Mr. Morrison?
Action.
No, I'm sorry.
That's actually
Mr.
mine.
Tadlock.
Yes, you pretty much covered it. It's to consider a request by Hacks Neck Farm
Ladies, gentlemen, we got a hearing going on right now.
to apply for establishing regulatory no-wake buoy markers in the area of the Great Wacomico River near the Great Wacomico Bridge.
All right, anyone here representing this application? Mr. Cockrell, you want to come up and tell us what you're looking for?
Just, we need a no-wake zone, I guess, in front of the place. We were trying to get in and out. The boys, we're handling heavy stuff, trying to take the stuff out to boats with forklifts and cranes and such. And, a lot of people slow down, that they understand what's going on, but some people don't know, and they'll pull a big C and it's dangerous. So we don't want, but nobody's really got seriously hurt yet, but we've had some close calls. So that's what we need.
Okay. Board members have any questions for Mr. Cockrell?
Not at this time.
All right, Mr. Cockrell.
Excuse me, you do realize that if we send this to the wildlife people, that Northumberland County won't be enforcing this. This will be enforced by either VMRC or the Old Game Commission.
Yes, sir.
It looks like to me it's going to be an enforcement nightmare, but I just want to make it clear that we're not going to be the ones to enforce it.
I understand, sir.
Northumberland County doesn't do no wake enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And above that, if we were to send it to them, they would have final say whether it would be
It's their
no wake zone
choice.
anyway, right?
Their choice. My understanding is their choice. We just recommend.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Cockrell? Thank you, Mr. Cockrell. We'll get back to you. All right, I'll open the public hearing. Let's see, the first person on the sign-up sheet would be Matthew Self. Smith, it looks like Self here, I'm sorry. You're all the way down. Matthew is up at the top. All right. Matthew Self, he's gone. Miles Cockrell, I see you. All right. J.C. Penny?
James Penny, 125 River Hill Road, directly across the river from Glebe Point. Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors, as well as the employees of the county who endeavor to do their jobs for the betterment of Northumberland County. You all know me as a frequent attendee and speaker at these meetings. I think you can acknowledge that I speak as a single property owner and attempt to be concise in my comments. I like to do my research, come armed with facts when an issue comes to my attention. When an individual approaches the board with the concept, in my opinion, will not enhance the county or will restrict the rights of others for their personal desires, I feel compelled to speak. To that effect, I have very mixed feelings regarding the conditional use permit currently before you. On one hand, permitting the area in question to be marked as a no-wake zone could be a good idea, as it will lessen the amount of shore erosion at River's Edge, where I reside full-time. With that in mind, to whom does it fall to actually enforce this no-wake zone? And how frequently will it be visited for the purpose of enforcement? On the other hand, what other benefits will be realized? Restricting the Great Wacomico River being encumbered by a no-wake zone across the river will likely only benefit one entity, the applicant. During the boating season, the area that will be encumbered is a thoroughfare from the headwaters of the river all the way to the bay. This area that is affected is enjoyed by multitudes of personal boat and vessel owners daily. The junction of Ball Creek to the Great Wacomico offers a large area that many fish, as well as VMRC, having numerous leaseholders for the growing of oysters. Then there are those that come to ride their personal watercraft, often with tubers in tow, as well as boats pulling skiers and the like. Additionally, lots of folks just enjoy the water as they simply pass through to go to Horn Harbor or elsewhere for dinner. Conversely, the applicant wants to obstruct this enjoyment for all of these folks. An applicant that has much history with the VMRC with numerous complaints filed against him, as well as official acts and edicts requiring changes to his operations. Personally, living across the water from this commercial operation in a residential environment has its detriments. The applicant apparently has no qualms with working every day of the 7-day week and on federal holidays as seen within the history. You all received an email earlier today that has a full page of history detailing approximately 30 different times of day, noise, and lights at night. I have dates and times that I have noted over the past 2 years. In the interest of time and for the consideration for the supervisors, I sent this as a separate email for your consideration. As you peruse, think about if you could sleep with open windows with screens during these times directly across the water. You heard with the previous cup, comments made about sound across the water. He is running his equipment with loud backup alerts. That's required by OSHA, I recognize that, but it still doesn't change anything with the sound effect. When placed in reverse frequently from before sunrise to sunset, it derives me and my family of enjoyment of the area. Frankly, I feel the BOS should request the Planning Commission to address noise from commercial operations, especially within residential communities. Limits to the time of operations would be a start. Now, honestly, the non-operational marina was present when I bought here in 2015. Since then, I have publicly spoken when the applicant requested to open his aquaculture operation. As I recall it being operated or being stated that there would be upwellers for the raising of spat for his operation. Who can argue with that? They're pretty quiet. It was approved by the Wetlands Board as well as the previous Board of Supervisors, even with conditions, and well, it hasn't been, in my opinion, a detriment to the area. I recall a comment from those in position of who am I to tell someone what they can or cannot do with their property. Furthermore, I've got about 3 more paragraphs. May I continue?
Continue.
Okay. Furthermore, reflections from the down-facing lights for prevention of light pollution is also an issue for those across the water. As our bedrooms face the water, light reflecting off the water prevents us from even having blinds open at night as they operate dusk to dawn. Another detriment living across any body of water as a river or stream from an operation of this nature is when a cup is filed, only the nearby adjoining property owners receive notification of the request. Nothing is done other than 2 weekly advertisements in local papers and publication on the BOS website is sent to those across the water. Well, gentlemen, the laws of physics involving sound and water, as well as light reflection off of water, involve a lot more folks than just the adjoining property line owners. Change to this rule needs to be addressed, and frankly, the VMRC is also guilty of this admonition. In short, gentlemen, even though I only have 1 dog in this hunt, the rest of the pack of dogs that represent the others' use of the waterway are much more affected by this cup, and thus I suggest an emphatic denial for this application. I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I anxiously await your decision.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, Mr. Matt Smith.
I was last.
Last on the sign-up sheet.
Shoot. Hi, I'm Matt Smith. I own 3 businesses, actually, one of them on Cockle Creek. And I am strongly opposed to this. It opens up a can of worms across the entire area. There are many businesses that have the same issues, mine included, that should have a no-wake zone. But I'm opposed to a no-wake zone for the main reason that the watermen in my area need to get back and forth quickly. I find the irony in this that this company has created such a wake of slime and mistrust and ill will in our community, especially in the Little Wicomico, that he is now asking for a no-wake zone so he is not affected by others. It boggles my mind that this can even happen, and it should even involve getting the community involved to even defend it.
That's it. And it's just disgusting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't have anyone else on the sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to speak? Anyone else like to speak? All right, would anyone that's online tonight like to speak? Anyone that's online tonight like to speak about the no-wake issue? Is that everybody? All right, I'll close the public hearing and the matters before the board. All right, what's the board's pleasure?
I have questions about the enforcement. It's not a situation where you can just, excuse me, stand on the shoreline and see a boat going by making a wake, and you write down the number and you turn it over to the authorities and say, that man violated the wake. It doesn't work that way. A citizen can make a complaint to a law enforcement regarding that. That's their perfect right, and they can give them that boat number. But it's going to have to be determined who was actually operating the boat. It wasn't the fault of the boat, it was the operator. It may have been the owner, and it may have been somebody else. It may have been his neighbor, it may have been his grandson, it may have been who knows who. We kind of vary away from no-wake zones in Northumberland County. The few we had, some of them have already disappeared. I understand Mr. Cockrell's concerns, and I don't want to see anybody get hurt in any way, shape, or form. But the question is to be asked, is there another way that he can protect his property and his people without going to the extreme of putting up this no-wake sign? Our rivers, creeks, and tributaries, what do we have, over 500 miles of them in Northumberland County? I hate to see the people restricted if it's not necessary. And that's both the recreational people and the commercial people. There are places where no-wake zones are needed. This may or may not be one of them. That's my statement at this time.
All right. Anyone else like to say anything?
Sure.
Yes.
A couple reasons why I think it could be needed, and it doesn't have anything to do with Miles Cockrell or Little Wycomico Oyster or his operation there. First one being is the bridge there itself. Needs to run through the bridge at 30 miles an hour. Second one, and most importantly to me, is, and I think that the supervisors could have considered doing this on their own when we elected to put a kayak launch right at the foot of the bridge, right where the no-wake zone is. What if a elderly man or woman is getting in a kayak and a boat runs by there, pulling a big sea and washes them up on the shore? Those two things don't have anything to do with the applicant, but I think they are legitimate concerns as to why we could have one.
And at the same time, all boat captains are responsible for their wake at all times, whether it be underneath Glee Point Bridge or in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay.
That goes back to an enforceability issue also, though.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, any other comments? Any other questions? Not? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm going to make a motion that we deny the request.
All right, we have a motion to deny. Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All right, do we have any other discussion on this now? Other discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Aye.
Aye. Motion does not pass. The motion passes 3-2. Sorry, Mr. Cotton. All right. Next item would be request by Ann Cords Harvey, and that will be Mr. Marston again.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We have a request by Ann Cordes Harvey, owner, to modify conditions to an existing conditional use permit allowing farming with livestock on property zoned R2 residential waterfront. The property is shown as tax map parcel 52-1-41 and is located at 328 Point Pleasant Road.
All right. Anyone here representing Ms. Harvey? Yes. Ms. Harvey, you here? Come on up, ma'am.
Good evening, Chairman Haney and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Nancy Ellen Keene. I'm an attorney with Dutton, Simmons, and Dutton, and I represent Ann Cordes Harvey, the applicant. The applicant is asking the Board of Supervisors to approve an amendment to her existing conditional use permit, which you all granted in November of 2020. We believe that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan for the county, complies with the zoning district, which is residential waterfront, and is a win-win for the applicant, the county, and the community, and therefore should be approved. And we base our position on the following information. The applicant owns a parcel of 39.896 acres located at 328 Point Pleasant Road, tax map 52-1-41. The property is the residence for Ms. Harvey and where she also raises sheep and chickens. Farming with livestock is allowed in R2, which is residential waterfront, with a conditional use permit. Ms. Harvey was granted that CUP dated November 13, 2020. Since receiving the CUP, Ms. Harvey has now almost 4 years of experience in farming with livestock on this location. With the benefit of this experience, she has learned that the operation would be more efficient and effective if the acreage were to be increased and the numbers assigned to the livestock were to be adjusted so that she's able to operate in a manner more in keeping with her industry. Ms. Harvey seeks to continue her current operation with minor changes. These changes are stated in the application before you. They include 1, adding additional acreage of 3.3 acres to the conditional use permit, and 2, changing the numerical requirement for numbers of sheep and chickens. The reason for changing the number of animals is that certain times of the year the number fluctuates. Temporarily, some sheep visit the location for breeding purposes, and other times some sheep are removed to go to market. A static number is not present at all times, which is the nature of this type of farming endeavor. Ms. Harvey has used her experience in raising animals to enrich the community. She runs a clean operation and healthy farm using best practices. 2 supporting letters, which you have received, were received from cooperative agents who have partnered with and are familiar with Ms. Harvey's operation. Another supporting letter speaks of Ms. Harvey sharing her herd with the public by taking them to local agricultural type venues, other neighborhood organizations, and even the Rappahannock Westminster Canterbury. 10 adjoining property owners were notified of this application. 3 have written in support, and 2 have written in opposition. There are a number of other residents and businesses in Northumberland County that are in favor of this application and have provided emails or notes of support for this amendment to the CUP. At the last count, we've seen 21 supporting letters and emails in addition to the 3 neighbors, so 24 total. The main theme in these letters is that the supporters like the sheep, do not smell anything, and find the sounds and sights pleasant, picturesque, and calming. The comprehensive plan of 2016 is supportive of farming in the county, and therefore the zoning ordinances flowing from that comprehensive plan allow for farming with livestock in R2 residential waterfront zoning district with a conditional use permit. There are a number of other CUPs for farming with livestock on R2 zone parcels, residential waterfront in Northumberland County. These are all precedents for the current applicant's property. Mr. Marston was kind enough to send me a number of those to review. The cups granted in R2 vary as to contents, with some specifying the number of animals allowed and some not specifying anything about the number of animals. Other provisions vary as well, so I noted that no two cups were the same. There are other by right uses that could be made of this property without a cup in this zoning district residential waterfront. Those include office buildings, mobile home, RV, private storage, solar energy facility, church, cluster home, poles, towers, government buildings, public utilities. Those would be less visually appealing and involve more density and traffic to the neighborhood. I will now address the three opposing letters that we've seen. Two absentee property owners, Cheryl Dye Stone and Richard Tacey, have objected to approval of the amendment to the conditional use permit. Neither live in the county. Mr. Tacey objects to sight, smell, noise, and dogs on the property. As I mentioned, other neighbors who live here say they do not smell anything and find the sounds and sights pleasant and calming. Only Mr. Tacey and Ms. Dystone have complained about dogs. Mr. Tacey has in past objected to perceived issues with his shallow well. Ms. Dystone alleges what she calls toxic impacts. Neither has provided any proof of contamination. We can provide a test result on Ms. Harvey's shallow well for her home, which is downgrade from Mr. Tacey. This test indicates no detection of any total coliform or E. coli. I will provide a copy of the test to Mr. Marston for the record. Mr. Tacey's shallow well is upgrade from Ms. Harvey's property. Ms. Dystone's property is down the street. Mr. Tacey also objects to this application on the basis of prior noncompliance with the CUP. Ms. Harvey received the cup in 2020 for tax map 51142A. After that occurred, her parcels were consolidated into one parcel. Being a layperson, Ms. Harvey was mistaken about her ability to utilize the 3.3 acres for the sheep, which is subject of the application you're hearing tonight. Mr. Marston advised her that she could not do so, and she complied with his request. Mr. Marston suggested that Ms. Harvey would have to make an application for an amendment to use the additional 3.3 acres, which she has done. According to Mr. Marston, Ms. Harvey is in compliance with the existing cup. I heard your ding, but could I go for one more paragraph? Oh, okay, sorry about that. I got one more paragraph.
No, you go ahead.
That's it. A third neighbor, Jesse Dyes, lives full-time in the county. He opposes the application because he's concerned about the interpretation of livestock as being cows and pigs. He also objects to sheep grazing next to Mr. Tacey's shallow well because he believes this will contaminate the well. And he concludes that Ms. Harvey was not in compliance with the existing cup by allowing her sheep to graze on the additional 3.3 acres. This application is not asking for cows or pigs. It's only asking to keep the sheep and the chickens that we've had and modify the numbers slightly. Mr. Dyes provides no proof of any contamination. Mr. Tacey's shallow well is upgrade of the Harvey property. We provide proof of no contamination at Ms. Harvey's shallow well, which is downgrade from Mr. Tacey, and I'll give that to Mr. Marston. Ms. Harvey is in compliance with the existing CUP. I trust we have addressed all supporting and opposing positions on this application, and so please let us know if we can answer any questions that you have. We hope the Board of Supervisors will give this application its consideration and will decide favorably on it. Thank you for your time.
All right, hold on, see if we have any questions.
Okay.
Board members have any questions at this time?
At this time.
I have one question, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
You say she is currently in compliance,
Yes.
and what does that mean?
My understanding from talking with Mr. Marston is she meets all the requirements in the current existing cup that is on the property currently.
Current, today.
Yeah.
Mr. Marston, when you and I visited the site, were there sheep on this area?
Yes, sir.
And did that put her out of compliance?
Yes, sir.
I have no other questions.
When was that?
When was it?
Do you have the exact date it was put? It's been about 4 weeks. That's the only question I have.
All right. Any other board members have any questions?
That 4 weeks ago, that was before she realized she was out of compliance, is that correct?
That was after she was notified that she was out of compliance. We went down there and observed it, and she was immediately notified that she had violated the cup.
But I'm confused. Are you saying she knew she was out of compliance and the sheep remained in that pasture?
I don't know what she knew prior. All I know is when I was there, the sheep were
She
there.
was out of compliance at some point.
And she was notified that you were out of compliance. Since then, the sheep have been removed.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. I'll open the public hearing. The first person on the sign-up sheet is Jeff Webster.
Good evening again. Jeff Webster, 1092 Hull Neck. I sent a letter in, and I realized after I sent it that I did not CC Mr. Tadlock, so I'd like to sum it up here and then add a couple of comments. I'll try not to be boring and just read the whole thing. But I rise in strong support of Ms. Harvey's request. I have had the pleasure of spending considerable time out at her property. A couple of visits. We strung some polywire fence up to keep the coyotes out. And I can say with confidence that approval of Ms. Harvey's request is reasonable and should be granted. As you guys may know, I have a small flock of sheep myself. And I have a vested interest, obviously, in similar operations from the perspectives of advocacy and from maintaining best practices. And I don't claim to be the world's foremost expert on sheep animal husbandry, but I can say with what expertise I do possess that Ms. Harvey's operation is exemplary. Expanding the scope of the current CUP to include the additional parcel, in my opinion, represents no great deviation from the current state of what is happening in its environs. The parcel is already in pasture, it is fenced, and it will remain that way unless somebody goes to great lengths to remove the fence and to return it to some sort of rewilding condition. Allowing sheep to graze on the parcel is a very small step that has no measurable negative effects. Rather, allowing the sheep to graze the parcel presents a tangible benefit, in my opinion, to the land in terms of vegetation control and soil health. Those are just proven things. When you allow sheep to graze a parcel of land, the soil improves and everything gets healthier. However, it also reduces the need for mowing, which would occur if you were not to allow livestock onto it. And it would reduce the associated noise and emissions resulting from tractor use. And furthermore, if someone were to spread fertilizer, if they wanted to cultivate that further, then you're spreading fertilizer on a piece of land that's pretty much directly adjacent to a waterway, and we know that that all raises concerns. I'd like to address two quick sort of preemptive concerns that I've heard mentioned just now. The first is that I've heard it said that the sheep present a sort of a visual nuisance to one of the adjacent property owners. And I can't speak to motivations or to anyone's seriousness when making that claim, but I would suggest that if you own a piece of property on the river and you're standing on the backside of that property looking at sheep, I think you've missed the point. You probably should turn around and look at the river. So in my opinion, it's a bit disingenuous. But the other one is the well. The well issue, I think, is an important thing to consider. Sure, people that are not involved in animal husbandry probably don't have a good understanding of how rapidly ruminant excrement degrades and returns to the soil. However, I would suggest that the drain field for the adjacent property is probably a lot closer to that shallow well than any of the animals ever would be. My understanding is that on the one side, the well is on the water side of the house, whereas the sheep are across the road in a pasture. So I would question the logic of complaining about sheep manure matriculating into a well that's closer, and I can't say this for sure, but I would suspect that the drain field is closer. And that even if there were E. coli in the well, it's a bridge too far to prove the origin of the E. coli in the well is sheep that are located somewhat distant. Nana's a lovely person, and it's been my pleasure to work alongside her. And I think that this is a very small thing. Prior violations notwithstanding, I ask for your support to help support someone who is doing nothing but good in our community.
Thank you. All right. Jesse Dyes.
Hi, my name is Jesse Dyes. I live at 198 Point Pleasant Road. I live next door to Nan. First thing, the well is between the house and the field. The septic system is on the other side of the house, between the house and the water. So that was a misunderstanding there. My concern when I first got the message is right up there. It says, farming with livestock on property. And it gives the parcel 1-41. Well, that's parcel 141 is right next door to me. It took some research to figure out that, okay, we weren't talking about livestock. I overreacted, I must admit. We were talking about just sheep. I had to go to the internet and drag out a bunch of stuff which had talked about nothing but sheep. But we're talking about parcel 42A there. And nowhere in here did it ever list 42A. I got that through Scuttlebutt. So I think something must be done to improve the notifications with a little bit more explanations, a little bit more exactness, because in my case I overreacted. I really don't have any concern about sheep. I like sheep. I raised sheep on that very field when I was a kid, 4-H project. I also raised pigs. My big concern here was pigs, but we can see now we're only dealing with sheep. No problem there. The problem I have is how this came about. I was here at the original meeting back in November the 12th, or November the 11th, 2020, November 12th, 2020. The deal was made with Mr. Tacey not to fence that field and not to put livestock in that field because of his concern, and he was a biologist, of contamination of his surface well. Since that happened, Mr. Tacey became very ill with dementia and had to be moved out of his home to be cared for by his son and his wife, his former wife. No sooner had he left than the fence posts were piled up. I talked to Nan at the time and I said, hey, I didn't think you were supposed to have a fence. And I was told that the conditions had changed. So I didn't pursue it anymore. And the fence was put up. And then the sheep were put in the field. Again, what I think should have happened was we should have sat down and gone over this without having to come to this, what I feel shouldn't have happened. I feel that she should have come to you before she put the fence in, before she put the sheep in that field. I also talked to Mr. Tacey about probably some resolution. But this was done, in my opinion, underhandedly. That's the only problem I have. That's the only problem I have. I like sheep. Have all the sheep you want. Llamas too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right, Lewis Lawson.
Good evening, Board. My name is Louis Larson. I'm 233 Point Pleasant Road. I'm not even listed as a property owner, but I am. I echo all of Mr. Dye's comments. I, too, appeared here with my wife and most of the neighbors on the block in November of 2020 in support of the original application, with the stipulation that this particular parcel was not to have any development on it. After the elder Mr. Dyes fell ill with dementia and was no longer able to reside at his property, Ms. Harvey decided to go ahead and develop it, put in fencing. Now there's other structures there, and this is in violation of the original conditional use permit that we all supported at the time. That's my primary disagreement with this. And with the, and what I see here, an expansion up to 50 sheep. I think she's having trouble maintaining 25 on there right now. I think that would produce a problem for the rest of us. We had no idea at the time the scale of this operation, how it would really unfold. And we have fencing all over the place. And it is a major operation in a residential area. And those are my primary considerations here. Yes, sir.
Why do you say she's having a hard time maintaining the 25 sheep that are there now?
Things get, the grass gets eaten down pretty well on most of the pastures from my observation. And I border 2 of them. And I think she'd end up having problems with more than 25, in my opinion. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, next person to speak is Ryan McDougal. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank y'all. Y'all have had a long evening. Mr. Chairman, I represent Mr. Tacey, and I think you've heard some of the history, but I just want to step you back through it. In November of 2020, this board did have a hearing. There was some disagreement about what the cup would be, and through that conversation, there became an agreement, and the community came together for the ability of Ms. Harvey to have the sheep farm, but to have this one particular area, tax map parcel 52142A, removed from the farming operation. Mr. Tacey, unfortunately, did become ill, and he is not doing perfect. He's still with us, but he's not doing perfect right now. But shortly after he became ill, fencing did go up in that area, and shortly after that, sheep went into the area. We first noticed that in April of 23, so almost a year and a half ago, and on May 5th, Mr. Tacey's attorney sent a letter to Ann Harvey Flynn at 328 Point Pleasant Road, Kilmarnock, advising of the violation of the cup and asking not to continue with building the fencing. Some point in time, that fencing continued to go up, and then later that year in September, the first notice of actual sheep of September of 23, so about a year ago, were noticed there. And actually, on September 12th of 23, so a year from today, Mr. Tacey's attorney sent a letter to Mr. Marston, or email to Mr. Marston, notifying of the violation. So when we're talking about whether this was known, I can't tell you her actual knowledge. I can tell you she did receive a letter. I can tell you the county was notified of the violation, and the sheep have been there at least a year, and the fencing has been there over a year. Mr. Tacey was a very educated man, and he did have concerns. He knew that the Virginia Administrative Code does not allow you to build a well within 50 feet of a livestock feeding area. Mr. Tacey wanted to be a good member of the community, and he wanted to help come up with a resolution, and that was what was done in 2020. As I look at the proposed recommendations, if it's approved, I can't help to be drawn to number 7. I know y'all had a very long day. My daughter turned 13 today, so it's her birthday, and I'm here with y'all.
Wish her happy birthday.
Thank you. But I would have told Reagan that if she broke the rules, she should not be rewarded with an expansion of those rules. We're not here to ask today that the violations that have existed withdraw the cup from Ms. Harvey, but we certainly are asking that she live within the original agreement and the rules, and that has not happened. And as a result, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we ask that you deny the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDougal. Mr. Morrison, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a letter from Atwood Law back on April 27, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And you received some prior letters right after that stating that there were sheep on their property.
Yes, sir.
Why wasn't something done about it then? Why did it take a year?
Because in the matter of that time frame, since the conditional use permit was approved, our code had changed that allowed some administrative relief to allow farming with livestock in residential waterfront. So I contacted Mr. Gregory, and we had multiple conversations in regards to how to treat this violation.
Okay. Right. Even though I'm just trying to get some facts straight. All right. We granted this cup in 2020. All right. That was a violation in 2023. So I assume Mr. Gregory said that with the current changes that it was okay, or that you could somehow work it out. I don't know what the conversation was.
The ultimate conversation ended with that the cup would supersede because that was applied for prior to the zoning change, is what I recall.
Did Ms. Harvey remove the goats from the property? I mean, not goats, sheep. I'm sorry.
Ms. Harvey, I did have correspondence with Ms. Harvey and explained that. And then I never heard any more from either party.
All right, but did you check on it to see if the sheep had been removed?
I did not, based upon my
Okay.
correspondence with the two parties.
And when did you hear about it again?
When I met with Mr. Fisher and Mr. Tacey on site.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to get that part straight because I received that letter and I wanted clarification on it. All right, thank you. All right, next person is Scott Griffin.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'll try to be brief. Thank you for your time. My name is Scott Griffith. My parents reside at 735 Kent Point Road, which is adjacent to Miss Harvey's property on one side. I live in Lancaster County, but I also am an oyster shore holder and have grounds in Prentice Creek and Dividing Creek, also in Indian Creek. I've lived on that creek my whole life. There's been productive oyster shore that several people have held over time. Mr. Dyes held some at one time that now I've acquired from him. I acquired some at one point, and Ryland Gaskin's family continues to have active grounds in there. What I've seen in my lifetime of growing up on that creek, at one time the polluted signs, condemnation signs were way up in the creek. Over time they've steadily progressed out, since 2020 and her application, whether there's any direct correlation. I've had talks with people at the health department and shellfish sanitation. They can't say that they're direct relations to any sheep, but lines have moved out slightly since she's been there. Also in Dividing Creek, I have grounds that I've lost now, that are not lost to grounds, but grounds where I have oysters that are no longer immediately harvestable because they are now condemned, and that's all due to these changes in water quality samples. I'm kind of in agreement with lots of these people that normally I would say somebody ought to have the permission to do what they want to do on their land. But when it starts to encroach on other people, that's where I see that it becomes a problem. Do I know for sure that it's affecting the water? I can't say that I 100% know, but it's the open-endedness of this, especially when we say livestock. If it's stipulated sheep at a certain number, and I guess maybe that's okay, but if you open in this thing to livestock and we start talking about cattle and hogs and any other things, then I feel like the runoff is a serious concern. I'm involved in a few programs with the state right now and USDA, and have been planting shells and planting spat on shell for oyster replenishment in that area. I've also dumped a bunch of personal money on the bottom and planting James River oyster seed. If those lines move out the creek anyway, it's going to ruin us. If there's any additional runoff that's going to contribute to this, then it's going to be a problem. And I feel quite certain the economic impact of every bushel of oysters caught in that creek is seen throughout the entire community. When I buy fuel for my boat, I buy fuel for my vehicle, I sell my oysters, those people are paid, they process the oysters, that money's spent in the community. That dollar goes a long ways in this area. And if we have any idea that there could be a problem with this, my problem is that down the line, understanding from shellfish sanitation, if anything does close, they're going to shut my grounds down. There is no recourse on their part to go back and take her sheep away or take her livestock away or any actions against her. It's just going to be a loss of grounds. And to me, that's unacceptable. So with that, I would say that I would not extend this thing at anything. If at anything, retain what she had originally. I know farmers in this area also who are on large scale farms have to have manure management plans, have to have setbacks, nutrient management plans. On the backside where it adjoins my parents' property, that fence line is, you can throw a pebble and hit the water right there. There's no room allowed for any runoff, any mitigation there, and control of any of this waste. And that's where I see the problem. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Got a question?
Being a private oyster shore leasee, you're probably familiar with how the condemnation process works when it comes to VMRC or Department of Health when they...
Yes, some of mine is closed now.
Do you mind sharing that process with us?
It is my understanding that once an area is closed, it requires at least 5 years of good samples to be able to revert that back to an open area, which is next to an act of Congress. Things are getting worse all the time. We've got more people around here with failing septic systems or unmonitored septic systems that are leaching. You already know about all that. We've got so many factors that we can't change, but if we can keep a handle on some, and my whole life there was never any livestock on that creek, now there is, and I see those lines moving.
That's pretty well my understanding of how it works also, and although it takes a series of bad tests for them to condemn it, it takes another series of clean or positive.
It only takes one bad test to condemn it, whereas it takes years of good tests to.
My understanding that it took a series of bad tests. If you got one bad test, they wouldn't close you down. It would have to be, I don't know the timeline, but I think it's more than one, but it is very difficult to get a piece of shore out of condemnation once it's put in.
Extremely difficult.
And they've also increased the amount of bacteria from what it was. It's raised now to even higher than it was 8 or 9 years ago.
Acceptable levels.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's been increased. And you did say this is productive oyster ground.
Yes, sir.
That's the main concern.
Mr. Gaskins' shore was being worked today while I was working mine. And if those lines move out the creek 100 yards on his shore, where Mr. Green was working on Mr. Gaskins today, he wouldn't be able to work there. And I'm sure that's been productive shore for his family.
I put those signs up for many years. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
It is a problem. I lost almost 40 acres because of sewage.
There you go. Sir, it is an issue. Could I answer anybody else's question?
All right, anyone else have any questions?
I appreciate your time, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, next person is Belinda Gaskins.
Hi, my name is Belinda Gaskins. I live at 148 Shore Drive, Kilmarnock in Ditchley. I live across from, on the other side of the creek, on Prentice Creek, where Nan and the sheep are on the other side. And I have to say, I really enjoy seeing the sheep. I don't think anybody would say you don't like sheep. My concern is that people have been calling me today. I've been talking to some people that are watermen. I come from, my father was a waterman, Ryland Gaskins. My grandfather was a waterman, both on Prentice Creek. And I have their oyster shore, plus Jimmy Kelly, who is a cousin. I'm in the process of getting that as well. And we have planted oysters. We're working it today, as a matter of fact. So my concern is that I'm just trusting that people that know more about oystering than I do, they are really trying to get my attention to, even though the water is not contaminated now, there is concern that it could be in the future, and that, as he said, that once it's contaminated, it can take a while for it to be okay. Now, it's not contaminated now, but I'm just thinking in the future. I can remember when Jimmy Kelly gave me his shore, he said, I'm going to give it to you because you're in the family, and I know you're going to take care of it. So that puts the responsibility on me to think ahead, not just for today. So I'm just going to trust their wisdom. I'm going to consider it my wisdom, learning from people that have had mistakes, that have had, they didn't look ahead far enough when there were other livestock that did have end up having their shore contaminated. And if we didn't work for 5 years or however many years it took it to not be condemned anymore, that would be a loss of income, because that is our income for our family. So that's pretty much what I have to say. I don't know how many acres. I think I have 10 acres or so in Prentice Creek, more in Dividing Creek. And then I have more from Jimmy Kelly that I'm in the process of having surveyed. So there'll be more of that in that particular creek. So, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next person is Nancy Ellen Keene. All right. Okay, ma'am. Next person is Elizabeth Grubbin.
Up so you can hear me. First of all, I wanted to address what you were talking about with VRMC, because we had that we're on Dividing Creek. It's right up. Prentice Creek is actually one of the little contributories off Dividing Creek. You probably know that. Anyway, they did move the signs closer to the bay a few years ago on our creek. And we used to, for both naps and, I knew I was going to forget. I have long COVID issues. Anyway, when they moved the sign, they said it was because they had tested for 3 years, and they were clean tests, and so they moved the sign closer. We had more of the creek that we could do the oysters on. Of course, there's no sheep or anything, but so I wanted to address that first, just so you knew. They may have changed it, but I have the thing about also about the feces from the sheep, sheep manure or whatever you call it, poop, behaves differently than like a cow manure. It's lighter, it turns to dust like within a day. It doesn't soak into the ground, so you wouldn't have the runoff. I mean, you raise sheep, you would know too about how it behaves differently. Even the pollution that caused the signs to be on our creek in the first place were because the previous agriculture was using chicken poop to fertilize, and they overdid it, and so then we had part of our creek was condemned from that. Before we lived here, so it had to be like 30 years ago. And the other part of it I wanted to say is that we've known Nan for about 20 years now. We just figured out tonight. And she's always been trying to be a good neighbor, and she's sometimes brutally honest, but she's always honest and straightforward, and she tells you what she thinks and how she feels. And she wouldn't do something dishonest, which is what's being kind of implied. And if people had problems, they should have gone and knocked on her door instead of getting a lawyer. That's how I feel. So, anybody has any questions? Oh, okay.
No, thank you, ma'am. Next person is Roger Grumman.
Hi, I'm Roger Grumman, live at 150 Jordan Lane. I'm married to that woman back there. As you said, we've known Nan for a long time. My experience with Nan is that she's got a long history of positive contributions to the community. Knew her early on when she was the president of the local Habitat for Humanity chapter, known her from her work with the Dividing Creek Association, and it's very difficult for me to believe that she would do anything to degrade the living circumstances of her neighbors or of herself. She's going to do the right thing. That's what she does. And I think if there are any issues that need to be hammered out, she can deal with it. And I hope that y'all would take that into consideration. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir. All right, I don't have anyone else on the sign-up sheet. Would anyone else like to speak? Come on up, please.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Baxter. I live at 21 Heron Crest Lane in Kilmarnock. We also live on Dividing Creek. We had the same experience with when we bought the house 15 years ago. It was posted that the waters were contaminated and shellfish should not be harvested and eaten. So we were not interested in doing that in the first place because we just moved down from Arlington, Virginia, so we didn't know aquaculture. But we followed it. And we were impressed that as the signs disappeared, they seemed to be disappearing in other parts of that waterway, that the water was getting better. But I'm really here to talk about all of the benefits that I think Nan and her sheep have brought to the community. She has a long record, as Roger Grumman just spoke, of involvement in the community. She shares her knowledge about sheep rearing with people at RWC. She takes them to farmers markets. She's been, I think, president of the Weavers Guild at the Tavern. She was president of Habitat for Humanity, which I am now, the local chapter. So she's always been about community. And just to second some of the comments about her focus, I do not believe that she would have done something intentionally harmful to her neighborhood because she treasures it too much. It's an old home, a family home, I believe, and that's where she has lived and chosen her way of life. I too am dismayed that this came to a public hearing and suits with lawyers involved. It seems to me we are much more about neighborhood and talking to each other than we were in Washington, D.C. in the days when I lived there. So I think that would have been a proper way of handling this particular disagreement. But I think that there may be some steps between now and your decision time on this where there could be some accommodations and some better understanding and some direct talk about what the situation is and what needs to be done so that that neighborhood can go back to its peaceful life. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Anyone else like to speak? All right, would anyone like to speak that's online tonight? Anyone like to speak that's online tonight? All right, since no one else wants to speak, I'll close the public hearing and the matters before the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to start off. I've met with this lady, talked to her on the phone rather, and with all indications, she's a very fine person. She's doing a good job with the sheep. She keeps a clean place down there. And I think the sheep are there and they should stay there. But I do have a problem with the violation of the cup. I don't want to be a part of anything that will condemn oyster shore or even possibly condemn oyster ground. Oysters are the lifeblood of Northumberland County. And we must protect that resource at all costs. However, my main concern is that on November 12th of 2020, the Northumberland County Board of Supervisors voted on and adopted a cup regarding this pasture land. And that cup was violated. We had one individual said he actually went to the lady and said, "Why are you doing it?" And he testified here tonight that she replied the cup had been changed. Well, we all know that's not true. We don't know what she said, only what this gentleman told us she said. And what message are we sending to the citizens of Northumberland County when we let a violation of this take place? I've always, in the Planning Commission for 35 years, I've been a great opponent, always thought the cup situation was an active way of helping people out and getting things done. That the county would set a set of rules up. You can't write a book for everything. You have to be able to slip and slide one way or another sometimes. And the cup was a perfect way of doing that. So again, I ask you, what message are we sending to the citizens of Northumberland County by letting a violation take place? Can the next guy say, well, hell, I got a cup, but I ain't gonna worry about it. The sheep lady got away with hers, I'll get away with mine. I don't want to put any restrictions on her other than this one parcel land right here that the Board of Supervisors on November 12th, 2020 said that will be exempt from the pasture land. They did that in their wisdom. They did it for a reason. I want her to have her sheep. I want her to prosper. I want her to keep doing what she's doing. But I think we need to put our foot down. And with that, I close.
Anyone else?
How big is that parcel?
What is it, Mr. Morrison, 3 point some acres?
Yes, sir, I think it's 3.3.
3.307.
I can get the specifics, but it's a little over 3, less than 3.5.
And according to testimony here tonight, everything was fine until the elderly gentleman got sick and moved away. And that's when the fences went up.
All right, any other comments, questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'm going to make a motion that we continue with the original cup as prescribed from November the 12th of 2020, allowing this fine lady to continue with her sheep, doing as she's been doing, other than this one piece of property, this one parcel. As Mr. Marston said, when we went there, we found sheep on the property. It was fenced in, and there were buildings out there, and that was not to be.
Second. All right, I got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
That motion does need to include that specific language, that zoning
Please
language.
read that, Mr. Bishop. Sorry.
All right, this motion is made in due consideration of the public health and safety and general welfare of the community and public, necessity, convenience, and in the exercise of good zoning practices in the pursuit to the body's statutory authority.
All right. Any other discussion before I call for a vote? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against? Motion passes. There is no extension of land for housing the sheep on.
And Mr. Chairman, I would also like to say that I hope there's not too much disagreement with this. If it is, I'm sorry. But in fact, the county has the authority, if they choose to do so, to completely dismiss the whole cup after it's been violated. I don't want that. I don't want to see any parts of that. However, I just want it known that when you violate this, this is what can happen. Okay.
All right. Gentlemen, next thing we have on our list is we need to convene into a closed meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go into a closed meeting. Appreciate you coming here tonight.
Joe.
You got it, later.
May I speak with you, Mr. Fisher?
We've got a minute. We've got a couple minutes. Got to wait for everybody to get out of here.
We're going to get ready to go into closed meeting, but he's going to speak to you for a second.
I wish that I had stood up and explained what happened.
Give him a minute, and we're going in a meeting.
Yeah.
Oh, he knew you the way. Huh?
Huh? No, sir. You might know me, I don't know him.
Huh?
Thank you. Running into complications. Maybe not, I don't know. But that's why you need to revisit it.
Man, I tell you, my soup is waiting, man. Yeah, yeah. Chicken noodle, chicken noodle.
Nice bowl, that'd be good boo right now.
Yeah.
All right, we need to get on with this, so we can get out of here.
Yeah, man, we need to get out of here, boy. Been here a long time.
Yeah, I know, we're still in an open meeting, but we need to be able to get this motion going. That's your bedtime, girl. Chip jinxed us. He said we'd be here 5, 6 hours. All right, can I have a motion to go into closed meeting?
I need a motion that the Northumberland County Board of Supervisors convene closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Freedom of Information Act, Section 2.23711A1 for the discussion consideration of personnel matters, and Section 2.23711A3 for the discussion or consideration of the potential acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the potential disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the board's bargaining position or negotiating strategy. We did have two other items in which we were going to go into closed meeting regarding consultation with legal counsel. However, legal counsel did have to leave, so we will be removing those two items. Invited to attend the closed meeting as necessary are the county administrator and assistant county administrator, as they are deemed necessary, and their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia FOIA Section 2.23712F.
All right, can I have a motion?
Motion made.
Have a second? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, we're now in closed meeting.
We're ready.
All right.
Need a motion that the Northumberland Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by roll call vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting.
Motion made. Got a second?
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Mr. Long? Aye. Mr. Brand?
Aye.
Mr. Fisher? Aye. Mr. Haney, aye. We're now back in the open meeting. All right, you need any action?
No, sir.
All right, if you don't need any action, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Unless you have something else.
No, the only thing that I want to ask the board that, that the meeting, the joint meeting with the school board was canceled. Does the board want to look at dates to reschedule that, or you want to think about that as far as potential dates and get back with them?
Where was it scheduled for?
It was scheduled for last week.
It was the
29th of August, wasn't it?
We're already getting into September. The next one is when?
I think we had just scheduled the next quarterly one. I don't think we had a date for the,
I would just go from August and schedule the next one, and let's do that, if everybody's in agreement to it. Well, you'll normally meet every 3 months?
it will meet quarterly.
Quarterly.
Right.
So let's go from August and let's set a next meeting for the next quarter.
All right. I'll tell you what, I'll get with the superintendent and see what potential dates we have for the next quarter. And that would be for the October, November, December quarter. All right, we'll do that.
All right. Is that all you need? I didn't mean to cut you off there,
No.
get in a hurry, but
No, well,
Mr. Long said he's got chicken noodle soup ready.
it's time to go.
All right, motion to adjourn?
Made.
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you all for coming.